external is important, right? Yes, sir. It will not be
How many people have externals today? Raise your hand if you have external exams. Okay, great. No worries.
yeah, we have to. We can't ask you to skip the external. That's important.
Guys, requesting silence. Guys who are standing over there, any specific reason? Oh, okay. My bad. So, yeah, okay. So we're starting with the first session today, which is about the art of product management. I would hand over the mic to Praveen sir to introduce our next speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Deepak. Good morning, all of you. So let me take the opportunity to introduce to you Mr. Prithvi Raj. Prithvi Raj is the lead product manager in our partner company, Nitro.network. Prithvi comes with deep experience in product development and product management. He has run startups. He has designed very complex products. And right now he is the chief architect of the product thinking for Nitro Network. So I'm sure this session that Prithvi is going to take today will give you a lot of ideas about building good products. Now when you say building good products, it talks about the technology, it talks about the domain, it talks about the end user experience, etc., etc. So it's a very, very important topic, guys. Please focus on this session. And I want you guys to kind of learn as much as possible from Prithvi. So Prithvi, over to you, and thank you for joining today.
Thank you, Praveen sir. Hi, good morning everyone. My name is Prithviraj Chakravaram and I'm the lead product manager at Nitro Network. I have 10 years of experience in problem solving and innovation. Throughout my journey, I have explored more than 10 industries and developed 5 products in multiple sectors like EdTech, FinTech, IoT and crypto. In the EdTech sector, I innovated a next generation learning resource on AI and machine learning technologies. My motive is to build products that makes people's lives better. Now, we'll just start our session today, the art of product management. So, in this presentation, I'll share my thoughts and perspectives on the lessons learned over the last decade as an entrepreneur and product manager in the startup world. Now, in this, so basically there are 2 modules I would like to cover in this session are 0 to 1 of the product management, like what is product management, how to define vision, strategy, design and product development process, and understanding Web3. Like we'll talk about fundamentals of Web3 and how to build products on Web3, and we'll close with Q&A sessions. Yeah. Okay guys, are you ready?
Yes, Prithvi.
Yeah. So now we'll start with what is product management. So product management is all about creating vision, strategy, design and execution. Those who want to excel in product management should always look for new ways to improve their process and deliver top quality products to their customers. Now, before getting into deep on product management, I would like to give you all a small analogy of how the product management and what is the product management is all about. So we just try to take some example of a journey so that you all get a glimpse of what exactly this product management is all about. So let's assume that you thought of going on a road trip. Okay, So you decided to go on a road trip across the US from north to south, for example. Now, at this stage, you have a very high level vision, that is, you want to cover north to south on US. At this point, you need a solution, but there is a number of ways where you can you can plan your complete trip. Now, the action point to get the solution is choosing your starting point and end point of your journey. For example, you want to drive a Subaru Forester from Portland to San Diego, California. Now you have a clearer idea of what the road trip will be like. And with a few key descriptions like Subaru Forester, Portland, and San Diego, now you can begin to visualize a mental picture of the trip, making it relatable. So now with this mental picture of the vision of going on a road trip from point A to point B, you can ask your friends to join you on your journey. However, you are not still quite ready to start driving. That's where the strategy comes in. So basically, you thought like going on road trip from north to south, and you have figured out some couple of locations in between the journey. So you can think it's like a vision, okay? That's we thought of. Now, let's go to the strategy part. Now plan your trip that minimizes your time. So when you're planning your trip to reach from point A to point B, you'll be thinking about minimizing your time. What are the heavy route traffic routes, and how to spend more time in sightseeing or national parks, etc. If possible, you can also try to save some time, fuel with the most direct route. As you can see, strategies are decisions you make on the onset of your journey to structure your route, but you are also injecting constraints and preferences into the equation. The constraints in this scenario are time, money, fuel, etc. And these are limited resources, whilst our preference in this context is to see the great outdoors. With this analogy above, you can effectively prioritize your preferences over your constraints. Agreed on a strategy upfront also allows you and your trip partners to discuss any further adjustments using a common baseline. Now you figured out a way to go from north to south, and you figured out a couple of points where to start and where to end, and you figured out you want to save your fuel. So all these are like strategies. So once your strategy is logged, now you plan the route. So once you jot down all your constraints and preferences, now you create a literal roadmap to reach the destination. Which with the strategy defined, you can now plan your route with pretty concrete expectations of where you will be at any given in time. Here, at this point in time, you can choose what degree of detailed plan you want, like the number of kilometers that you want to cover per day, to exactly where and when you want to take breaks in the journey. So it design. So basically, you plan. So this point is very much specific. So the more specific you are at this phase, the more likely you have to adjust your plan. So now the actual drive of the road trip. So here at this point, your vision is to reach the destination of your journey. Now strategy is the constraints and preferences involved in reaching the destination, and design is your route map. With the help of these three stages, the execution of the plan will be on track. For instance, when you are going on a road trip, suddenly comes up with some constraints came in between. For example, road closures due to snow, or there's a roadblocks. Now you can revisit and adjust your route map and adjust your strategy as well. Now, here is an interesting point. You can absolutely start driving without a strategy. However, just like way more, there are time trying to find out way around. Perhaps backtracking, making major decisions under time constraints, and getting into disagreements with your trip partners. Right. Spontaneously could indeed be very fun and exciting. However, if you are going on a trip without a strategy, you are almost certainly going to end up incurring more than expected costs down the road. Okay, so from this analogy, you can understand. See, when you start a journey with anyone in your life with respect to product development or building a startup, the vision, strategy, design, and execution, the four key components like pillars or dimensions you can call, is very much important. So now we'll try to understand the same uh, analogy in real time. We'll try to implement in the real time scenarios how the companies do. Okay. Now we'll try to understand the same how companies think and execute their vision, strategy, design, and implementation. Now, when I think about the vision, the first thing that comes to my mind is SoftBank next 30-year vision. So SoftBank's vision is happiness equally touched. So basically, they have a 300 years vision when it comes to the company. In 2010, Masayoshi Son announced SoftBank's next 30 years vision, and which will last at least 300 years. In order to achieve the 300-year vision, they first logged their group's philosophy, vision, and strategy. Though they are not futurists like Steve Jobs or Elon Musk, they thought about the world 300 years ago, the world 30 years from 2010, and 300 years from now on. That means they have a pretty long vision. They're not futurists, okay, but they have a thought of the vision of their SoftBank group. So they listed out all the possible innovations that can happen in near future, like function of human brain, the realization of the brain computers, learning computers, and many more. In the same way, every organization will have their own vision. For example, Google have they want to provide, the vision of Google is to provide access the world's information with one click. Instagram vision is to share the world's movements. And LinkedIn vision is to connect the world's professionals and make them more productive and successful. Now, like this, every organization, every startup, every product will have a vision. So vision is very much important when you are building a product or starting a startup. You are starting a startup. Now, when a founder puts his thoughts on a paper, it gives a big picture, a better picture to himself, his team, and the world. This vision, like Jeff Bezos, founder of Amazon, always put his vision and mission statements every year to this on paper and share with across the board, like stakeholders, team, and everyone. So it will give complete clarity on what exactly we are doing. Now let's try to understand. Now we finish with the vision. Now we'll go to strategy. So strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory. Tactics without strategy is the noise before defeat. So I want to provide a relevant and concepts. So now let's try to understand what is strategy when you want to implement your vision in real time. You always have your constraints and preferences. A plan to overcome your constraints and implement is nothing but in order to implement your vision is all about strategy. So I want to provide a relevant and concrete example using Tesla. So yeah. So I want to provide a relevant and concrete example using Tesla. I choose Tesla because Elon Musk is rad, and Tesla's strategy has always been public and transparent. Tesla is a rare example of a company that has followed through on its strategy with execution. This puts them in a godly territory that is almost difficult to believe. Tesla's vision is to reduce vehicle carbon emission to the advent of electric vehicles, and this is a famous master plan which Elon Musk came up. So basically, when they have money, now they have to choose what to build and how to build their product. Okay, now they have options like they can build a sports car, they can use that money to build an affordable car. Uh, by by investing that money, they can build even more affordable car like Tata Nano. But while doing the above, also providing zero emission electric power generation options. So they went with the last option. So they want to build a pretty good car, a sports car, an affordable car, and which will uh, affordable car. So basically, in order to solve the carbon emission problem. So now you can see the strategy Tesla must develop has some constraints built into it, like cost and risk of product development and product cost versus adoption. Musk knew he needed to prove viability with a small, costly and niche electrified roadster. Once he launched his first generation roadster, he knew that, however, the roadster would only need to generate enough revenue to carry on with the mission and vision, plowing all the revenue back into the company so that he can progressively build more robust cars, the next generation cars like Model S, X, and Model 3, the third generation cars. So his strategy is to build that first roadster car with his money. So that is all he thought about. So now with that we finished strategy. Now we'll move to design. So most people think that design is all about how it looks like. That's not what one should think about design. It's not just what it looks like and feels like. Design is all about how it works. So I'm a strong believer of design will solve the problems. Uh, Same like Steve Jobs. So first, when you're building any product or when you're planning to start a company, so you should keep design in your core philosophy. Now, let's see how the design works. So in this presentation, I would like to show evolution of Apple with the design. So Steve Jobs is a man obsessed with best for everything he ever put his hands on. He had a laser sharp focus on building great products. While he drove people crazy while building the vision for the product and searching for a solution in places like no one had seen or been to before. His main mantra was focus and simplicity. As a result of obsession with product design, Apple products remain among the most user-friendly products in the market. Basically, Apple disrupted the market with the supreme and well-designed products. If you see, Steve Jobs applied design thinking by prioritizing. That means he always thought people needs over the needs of the business. He thought product designs that people fall in love with, and status symbol. He took status symbol as a consideration. Like Apple became a luxury and status symbol for many, and he always focused on design over engineering, and he taught like product simplicity and minimalism over complexity. So like this, he prioritized his design thinking, and that's how you can see the evolution of design right from the Apple logo from 1976 to till now, and the iPhone from 2007 to till now. You know how the products has been rocking the show with the design. So now let's try to understand what is design thinking. So design thinking is a non-linear iterative process that teams use to understand users, challenge assumptions, redefine problems, and create innovative solutions to prototype and test. So design thinking is an active process of problem solving. It's all about understanding what a customer is really looking for a solution to the problem. Now, the 5 steps of design thinking I would like to explain here so that it will be easy for you all when you are developing any product. So first is empathizing. So here we learn about the audience for whom you are designing the product. Knowing your customers, it can be through like conducting user interviews, shadowing, seeking to understand non-judgmental opinions. So empathizing is not only helps in the product building, it's also helpful in your real life. So when you empathize with a particular problem or in your life with any people, you can solve any kind of issues that you're facing. Now, uh, once it is once you empathize with the by conducting user interviews, trying to jot down all the problems that user is facing in the real time. You once it is done, you just start defining the things like redefining and focus your questions based on your insights from the empathy stage. So at this define stage, elaborate more on defining personas, role objectives, decision and challenges and pain points. So here you define more on understanding the personas. Like once you interact with the users by conducting interviews, now you listed out all the problems that they're facing. So then once it is done, you list out all the pain points they're facing and you define them and document them. So once it is done, the third stage is ideation stage. This stage is about brainstorming and coming up with creative solutions. It can be done through sharing your ideas, considering that all the ideas are worthy, and diverge and converge and prioritizing. So once you define, understood the pain points of your users, now you kept all your ideas onto the paper and you start discussing with your team and trying to create some wireframes or prototypes, etc. So now the fourth step is prototyping. So once you ideate and put everything on paper, now you start doing the prototype. So build a representation of one or more of your ideas to show others. It can be done via mockups, storyboards, quick iterations. So once the prototype is done, now you have a quick iteration product where you can show to people. Now it's time to test. At this stage, return to your original user group where you interacted, where you conducted the user interviews and defined personas. You go back to them and start showing the prototype on how they like. Because the whole product you design in such a way that to solve users based on the data that you received from the interviews that you conducted. So here, in order to make the whole process more robust, so you need to fail fast, understanding what works and what doesn't, quickly iterating and test the result, and establishing a feedback loop. Now, so basically, in short, we can say design thinking is a human-centered approach. Okay, so any product should be built with keeping user experience in mind. So whoever builds products, it's a combination of like design, technology, business, and people. But user experience should always be in as a major pillar. So right now we'll try to understand what is this human-centered approach, how we can achieve this human-centered approach. So basically it has three phases. One is product and design, design and development, development and product. So in each phase, in product and design, I'll just give a small brief on each phase. Product and design is all about what the product strategist provides user researchers with the initial product concept and works with them to validate and refine the idea. User researchers help product managers create a product roadmap by providing input on user priorities. So once it is done in the second phase, design and development, design team provides developers with clear direction in the form of a clickable prototype. So the development team offers inputs so designers can create a user interface that's optimized for technical performance. In the phase 3, development and product. So the product manager enforces the product roadmap, ensuring on time and on budget development. The development team provides the product manager with the time and effort estimates for each feature and weighs in the direction of product concept. So design thinking and human-centered approach. These are like will solve the gaps in the market and uses different by using this technique. You can uncover the problems and needs of the people. Good design is abstract and simple. So if anybody says when you're designing something, uh, yeah, when you're designing something, if anybody says like try to add this, try to add that, then it is not like making things clumsy is not design. Design is all about is always will be simple and abstract. Now, with this, we finished human-centered approach. Now, we'll try to understand implementation. So, how to build products, and we'll try to understand the whole six-step process of product development. So, product development begins with those initial brainstorming sessions when you are just discussing a budding idea. From there, the process is creative, like but strategic, and you may have seen it done in a million different ways. But without clear organization, it can be hard to mesh creativity and strategy effectively. This is where the product development process comes in. Now, with this a six-step framework, it will help to you to standardize, define your work when you are executing a product. Now, the first step is idea generation. The initial stage of the product development process begins by generating new product ideas. This is the product innovation stage where you brainstorm product concepts based on the customer needs, concept testing, and market research. It's a good idea to consider the following, following when initiating a new concepts, like uh, target market, existing products, functionality, SWOT analysis, and scamper method techniques. So most of people don't know about the scamper method. It's a very unique framework in order to brainstorm your ideas. So scamper method, like scamper stands for uh, substituting, combining, adopting, modifying, putting to another use, eliminating or rearranging your product concept. So once you've done all your ideation, now you start putting your ideas on paper and documenting these ideas in the form of business use case. So once you ideate and all your ideas and creating a document of use case, business case, this will allow you and all your team members to have clear understanding of the initial product features and the objective of the new product launch. So now, once the ideation and documentation is done, now we'll move to product definition. So once you completed the business use case and discussed your target market and product functionality, now it's time to define the product. This is also referred to as scoring or concept development and focuses on defining the product strategy. So during this stage, it's important to define specifics, including business analysis, value proposition, success metrics, and marketing strategy. Once these ideas have been defined, now it's time to begin building your MVP, minimum viable product, with initial prototyping. So in prototyping phase, in step three, during the prototyping stage, your team will intensively do the research and document the product by creating a more detailed business plan and constructing the product. These early stage prototypes might be as simple as drawing or a more complex computer rendered on the initial design by using tools like Figma and Adobe XD. So these prototypes help you identify areas of risk before you create the product. During the prototyping phase, you will work on the specifics like feasibility analysis, market research, market risk research, development strategy, and MVP finally. So the final outcome of the prototyping stage is a minimum viable product. Think of your MVP as a good product that has the features necessary to go to launch with and nothing above what's necessary for it to function. For example, an MVP of a bike would include a frame, wheels, and a seat, but wouldn't contain a basket or a bell. Creating on MVP can help your team execute the product launch quicker than building all the desired features, which can drag launch timelines. So desired features can be added down the road when the bandwidth is available for you. Now it's time to begin design the product for market launch. So the first step is detailed design, the initial design. So during the detailed design phase, project stakeholders stakeholders work together to produce mock-up of the product based on an MVP prototype. The design should be created with the target audience in mind and complement the key functions of your product. A successful product design may take several iterations to get just right and may involve communicating the distributors in order to source like necessary requirements like it can be materials, it can be human resources, it can be software, it can be anything. So once the product is started designing, so you'll source materials and you'll connect with stakeholders and you start receiving initial feedback. So once this detailed design phase is approved and ready to be hands off, move to the validation phase for final testing before launching the product. So here, that's where the validation and testing comes in. So to give live with a new, to go live with a new product, you first need to validate and test it. So this ensures that every part of the product from development to marketing is working effectively before it's released to the public. To ensure quality of the product, we need to complete the following couple of things like concept development and testing, front-end testing, and test marketing. So before you begin producing your final product, test your marketing plan for functionality and errors. This is also a time to ensure that all campaigns are set up correctly and ready to launch. So once your initial testing is completed, you are ready to begin producing the final product concept and launch it to your customer base. Now, the final step is you are releasing your first version of the product. So here, now it's time to commercialize your concept, which involves launching your product and implementing it on your website. So by now, you will be finalized with your design, quality tested, your development and marketing strategy, and you should feel like confident in your final iteration and be ready to product and produce your final product. So in this stage, you should be working with product development team and the e-commerce implementation in the real market and so on. So your final product is now launched. All that's left is to measure success with the initial success metrics you landed on. So with this, we finished the whole product development process in 6 steps. Yeah. Now we'll try to understand Web3, and I don't go deep into the Web3. Now we'll just try to understand like what is the Web3 technology and how to build products in Web3 as in a glimpse. Now, before getting into Web3, first we'll try to understand the evolution of internet in the last 3 decades. So Web 1.0 is all about interacting with internet in one way. That is accessing your static information with e-commerce, like you'll be reading out and calling someone to place some order or something like that. And in Web 2 is all about a two-side interaction, which is dynamic here, where you interact in the two-way. So basically, here the problem is the service provider will have all the information in a centralized system, which is not secure and transparent, like social media, for example. They use the same data that you provided and they try to retarget with the data in the form of advertisement, for example. Now, let's try to understand now what is Web3. So Web3 is all about like decentralizing with a protocol layer. So Web3 technology is a new way of building products on the internet. It is based on the principles of decentralization, transparency, and security. With Web3, users can interact with applications and services in a more secure and transparent way. Now, in order to understand this little simple, we'll try to I'll just try to give some analogy here. Let's say you went to some restaurant or some let's say a sweet shop, for example. Um, you saw some sweets and you want to buy, uh, which are looking fresh in the display, but most of the people ask for just for the taste before buying it, just because to check the quality of the sweet. So let's assume, because everything is centralized, right? So you don't know where from where the raw materials came and how they cooked, and you don't trust their process because it's everything is centralized. People are greedy and they can manipulate anything in the whole process. Now, for instance, think of a world where everything is decentralized. For example, right from farmers, farmers producing the raw materials, from there to procurement to cooking to display of everything. If the whole process is run on blockchain, for example, and where you no need to I mean, it's a complete seamless process. For example, let's say if you integrate IoT solutions and you create a robotic kitchen, for example, and every information from point A, B, C to till it reaches to your shop, everything is decentralized. Then this thing called trust is completely disappear, right? So just imagine like where you can implement the technology in real life everywhere, right? So we just spoke about a small switch shop, but if you see where there is an interaction between point A and between A and B, it can be man to man or machine to human, or so anywhere you can implement this technology. So, like for example, this Web3 also giving a semantic web where there's a metaverse. I think most of people know the basics of metaverse, right? It's an immersive experience. So Web 1, Web 2, as we spoke, is a static and dynamic interaction. Web 3 is an immersive experience where you'll start visualizing yourself in the internet. Yeah. So yeah, I'll just quickly give you how to build a product on Web3. So this is a Web3 stack. So building products in Web3 technology is not difficult. However, it requires a different approach than traditional web development. In order to build uh, uh, a product in Web3, you first need to understand the basic principles of decentralization, transparency, and security. Once you have a good understanding on these principles, you can start developing your product using the various tools and frameworks available. So in this Web3 stack diagram, you can see what all layers of Web3 consist of. So first is protocol layer. So underlying main blockchain architecture, this is where you first create your protocol layer by using blockchain architecture. Second is creating infrastructure or category primitive. So here, interop interoperable building blocks that are highly reliable at doing one specific task. I mean, can be combined to create an application. So in this layer, basically, you will try to combine, keeping your product idea. You just try to stack the blocks. You just try to link the blocks. For example, if you want to start a fintech on in Web3, for example, so you just collect, transact, govern, or identify, analyze, and store and secure. So you just bring all these blocks in this information layer. So once it is done, you will go to use case layer. Here, in use case layer, you build an user interface for interacting the infra layer and the protocol layer. So here, like for examples, NFTs, financial services, content, and gaming. So these are like where you create the use case and try to interact in the Web3 space. So the final layer is access layer. So access layer is nothing but a simple front end where you just do your action with the where you interact with the Web3 with low friction entry points for users. So yeah, so these are some of the platforms for each layer out there in the markets to develop Web3 products. So yeah, so with this we finished the Web3 uh, concept, and so let's start building products in Web3, guys. Yeah, that's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prithvi. Guys, do we have any questions?
Deepak, are you there? Can't hear you.
Yes, Prithvi, I just said thank you, and I wanted to go to the audience and check if they have any questions.
Yeah, please go on.
Guys, does anybody have any questions with respect to product development, the UI, UX, how to think about creating a product, how to work on a product, how to execute the final stage of a product? I mean, you'll be working on it in a couple of days now. So if there's a question, now is the time to address it.
Yeah, guys, and I think one more thing, I have worked with Prithvi very closely, and I understand his depth. If you have any questions right now product management is a very, I would say, it's not that simple subject. I mean, you definitely gain this by experience, but at the same time, Prithvi being a part of our partner company, Nitro.network, Prithvi is always available for any kind of help that you really need. Because I think one thing that you have to understand is that you are going to be building product, right? Whatever you have been understanding so far in the tech space, in the blockchain, the functions, all those. Ultimately, your idea is to build apps, right? And Prithvi's experience that he has given you today, I think all those things are going to be very valuable, number one. Number two, if you really have any follow-up questions, if you can follow him on LinkedIn, and other places, and get in touch with him if you really need any help. He would be a perfect, sounding board for you as well. So, Prithvi, I think people have understood your thoughts pretty well right now, for now. And, please give him, a round of applause to Prithvi. Yeah.
Thank you all. If you have any questions, please you can mail me on prithvi@nitro.network. I'll be help you guys. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Prithvi.
Thank you all.
Talk to you. Yeah. Bye.
Thank you. Yeah.
Right. So now we will come to group discussion. I would request the team members to help us arrange the chairs on the stage. How many of you feel you work hard? Raise your hand. Okay. Right? Nice. How many of you feel you are lazy? Okay. So there's a very interesting thing about lazy and working hard. I think most of you might have already heard what Bill Gates has said about Indians and laziness. Has anybody heard it? Raise your hand if you have. Right. But that doesn't apply to you. So I'll give you a context. So Bill Gates had said that I would any day pick an Indian. I mean, lazy is not the right term, but he said any day I would hire an Indian to work at Microsoft because, I mean, they would rather work smart than hard, right? So the reason I'm telling you this is because when you go outside or into your college, or when you are sitting for a job opportunity or interviewing with people, so these are going to be some defining moments of your life, right? Now what happens is, if tomorrow, like if you are in your third year or fourth year, or suddenly comes an opportunity and you have to sit for an interview, and you have never sat at a position where you are confident to speak, even though you have an amazing profile, but you lose out certain marks, you lose out to other students. You guys agree? You guys agree? So an ecosystem like this, like for example IBC Media, in 7 to 8 days we are giving you like 8 to 10 to hundreds of opportunities in the cumulative 8 day, to rise up, to speak, to ask questions, to come on stage, to interact, to make new friends, to prepare yourself. I mean, in a tenure of 8 days, you'll not get this opportunity anywhere without cost. Trust me. So when you miss out an opportunity to come on the stage, to speak, when you miss out an opportunity to ask a question, when you miss out on responding to a question, you are losing a certain amount of confidence that you might gain, which will benefit you in future. Which is why the names that I'm going to call now, I really appreciate the fact that they are smart enough to take the opportunity, which some of you missed today. And trust me, failure is only the opportunity more intelligently to begin with. So it's okay, like some of you might fumble, some of you might not be able to answer, that's fine. But you need to grab the opportunity. And when I say the names that I would like to call on stage, I want every one of you to appreciate with a huge round of applause every member who joins us on stage. Let's do that, and let's aspire to do the same in the opportunities that will come forward, right? So first of all, I would like to call Ram Ganesh Lankada. Please join us on stage. B. Chandra Siddhartha. Please, guys, you don't have the choice to stop the claps. D. Jaya Shankar. V. Shubhankar. C.H. K. Abhiram. No, claps don't have to slow down. No. E. Abhitha. And Hema Bindu Tenity. And obviously, the star moderator of the discussion, Mr. Praveen Thakur.
You can have these all. One person can be on the stage. One person should be on the stage. I'll do this. audible? Okay, so first of all, these are your leaders. And one thing that I was saying yesterday also, do you have a dream? And I'm sure all of you have a dream. But then you need to feel confident within yourself. In fact, I would like to see a fight for coming on the stage instead of laying back and seeing who other is going there. So these are very important, like Deepak was mentioning earlier. These are very, very important characteristics of working hard, being noticed. The world will not come and look for you in your own space. You have to reach out to the world. You have to go and tell people that, look, boss, I exist, and the world cannot afford to miss you. Whose responsibility is that? It is yours or the world's? Answer me. It is yours or the world's? Us, ours. Okay? So with that, let me come back to the discussion. And what I'm pretty sure that all these 3 days and the 4th day going on must have been an enlightening experience for you guys. Am I right or wrong? Right? Have you guys been learning things? Now if I ask you a question, is your learning curve okay, or moderate or excellent? What will you say? Right? Where is the microphone here? Yeah, you could talk to microphone. So what we will try to do in this group discussion, and this discussion was planned very, very specifically for us to take your feedback on some of the things which are the highlights of this 8 days Alt Hack. And we want to know your perspective on several things, right, which are very important. Guys, please focus on. Now, the first thing that I want to ask you, and any one of you could take the lead in answering that question. My question to you is that, what is the perception of the Gen Zs? You guys are falling in Gen Z's category, right? Right? I also fall in Gen Z category only. At least I consider myself. Okay? So what is the perception of the Gen Zs about blockchain and crypto? Do you consider crypto different from blockchain? That's the question I am putting to all of you. Who will take a shot at answering that?
Yes.
Please, go ahead. Anybody? You got the question?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, hello everyone. This is Ram Ganesh. So even
Go ahead.
Hello everyone. This is Ram Ganesh. Even before answering the question, let us understand what Gen Z is. Gen Z are the persons who are born after 2000s. So everyone here will be coming under this category called Gen Z. So mostly I feel as the blockchain and the crypto boom was started in the 2020s, like 2019 and 2020s, most of the youth when it comes to specifically saying about the Gen Z category, they have mostly inclined towards the speculation, like observing different kinds of tokens, their valuations, and investing on top of that. And then the thing is that they are not mature enough so that they have invested in it and lost many of the money. And I have been in the space a year ago, and I have watched some of the Discord servers in which they are talking about taking loans to invest into NFTs and other kind of tokens. So even before, as it is a boom, as they are not that mature, they have invested into this speculation, and they have, many of them have made their profits, but most of them made their losses too. like loans, taking loans in order to invest into NFTs and tokens, etc. So that's one point. And the second point is, most of the Gen Z are very much adapt to this Web3 culture. Like, when it comes to the dot-com bubble that happened at in the year 1999 or 2000, it's the same happening with us right now in 2019s and 2020s. So the technology development was at rapid phase, and the entire contribution of this rapid improvement of the blockchain technology, I would definitely say that the entire credit goes to Gen Z, because they are very much inclined towards this technology. So that's my 2 points and the take on this particular.
Wonderful. Yeah. Yeah. Please mention your name and college.
Yeah, I'm Ram Ganesh, and I'm pursuing my BTech in information technology, and I'm studying in GVP COE.
Excellent.
So, like, can I elaborate on what he has said, like, about the blockchain and about the crypto?
Yeah.
So, before starting anything, my name is D. Jaishankar, and I'm from MCA GVPC second year. So, what my friend has said about the Gen Z was, like, so appreciative, like, that's a good knowledge or good information to start with. But what I feel is, like, the blockchain, that is a platform in which we will be creating all these crypto coins or these NFTs or anything. And NFTs are the another bigger things that we build on specific crypto coins, like in order to exchange with those crypto coins, we'll be trading these digital assets and stuff. And like what sir has asked about the blockchain and these crypto coins, are they similar or they differ from anything else? So the blockchain is basically a platform where we actually deploy these type of crypto coins. So now, like lately, yesterday we have started with the substrate framework, as the faculty has explained us that we could create a blockchain and stuff. So instead of seeing it in a perspective of creating an entire blockchain, my perspective regarding these crypto coins are about these tokens or regarding NFTs. So I would mostly look forward to create a currency which would affect the business or any businesses that are currently in existing. So for an example, like the supply chain management system or for the health records that the governments are maintaining in a centralized database. So what if we could create an ecosystem where we could push all these health records and other important stuff into the blockchain, and from there, like, we could pull over the transactions to transactions in the sense. So if a doctor needs to check our medical records, so all he needs to know about our public key. So if he or she knows our public key, so it is where we actually able to showcase our records to the doctor, and he could process the details. So I would think, like, instead of creating a blockchain or creating a complete different cryptocurrency, going for this option would be optimal, and it would drive the community along through the public, so the ordinary people could follow up against this blockchain, and they'll show some interest regarding this blockchain. And like, when most people gather at one place, the thing gets highlighted. So that thing will be happening unless until, like, we take that initiative and build something like this supply chain management systems or health records or anything in that basis. So that I would like to say the answer for that.
Absolutely.
So if anyone wanted to continue.
I love your comprehensiveness of the answer.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Who is next? Who wants to talk? Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. Your name, college, and then you please give your response.
Hello, I am Himabindu Teneti from Gayatri Vidyapashit College of Engineering. I'm a final year student. Adding on to Ram Ganesh and our senior, so I think, like, the basic point is it is exciting for Gen Z. Like, even though if they don't know anything about blockchain or if they are beginners, it is pretty promising because it has the word like trust and transparency and owning what we are creating or something on the web. So I think it's a great start, even though if they are very beginners. Like Gen Z is like the latest generation, and they might be starting. So I think that's something where they find it exciting and they'll carry this forward. I think that must be appreciated too. Thank you.
Fantastic. Who wants to go next? Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Abhiram, from the GVBC in second year data science. Firstly, I would thank the IBC team for conducting these events, because I'm one among them who don't know at least a bit about this cryptocurrency or blockchain, but I could promise you that I've learned something from these sessions. And coming about the question, yeah, it is a bit new to everyone like me about this cryptocurrency and the blockchain system. And I literally feel there should be a awareness among the present situation, because it is our future. Because as everyone said, it is being here, and we could also come across some situations about the recent people who have a bit knowledge, I mean, not a proper knowledge, and they are, what do you call it?
Absolutely. You know, I think I kind of, first of all, a round of applause for him. And I agree with you in the sense that blockchain technology is going to be there for sure. Now the question is whether you really want to be a part of that or not. See, any technology, if you have seen the Gartner's hype cycle, where any technology, when it starts, people doubt. People are not sure, because when something starts, then, you know, some people who are not the right actors, they come into the picture, they start, you know, playing stuff. And then slowly and slowly the trust builds. Then slowly and slowly, you know, the utilities start emerging. Where all can it be used? So right now we are in the early stage of, you know, the hype cycle, in my opinion, but the point is that this will go and stabilize to the real value creation for the society. Ultimately, I was talking about it, I think a couple of days back, if you may have heard me saying that the technology should be for the good of the society. It should be good for the humankind. If it is not solving that purpose, then I think technology is of no use, in my opinion, right? But it does solve the problem. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, guys. This is V. Shubhankar. I'm from GVPC. I'm studying BTech second year, CSC. So I would like to add few points what my friend Ram Ganesh has told. Basically, the question that was asked, a part of it was how blockchain and cryptocurrency are different. Like, actually, cryptocurrency is like a part of blockchain. In my opinion, blockchain is like a system. Means, as we have learned different concepts about blockchain, like developing different blocks, then hashing, and then like finding the hash of the next block, like what the miners do. We have learned all of that. It's like it is a system of blocks. Like it is a complete system, and cryptocurrency is an example of that. I would like to stress this fact because there is a little confusion, like what is blockchain, what is cryptocurrency. Like cryptocurrency is something we want to come up with a new solution to the system of existing currency systems, because day before yesterday we have seen what happened in 2008 financial crisis. So the basic currency system, we had some shortcomings of that. So for that to overcome, we have come up with a solution called cryptocurrency. So yes, cryptocurrency is an example of blockchain system. That's what I think.
Very
it's
well
an
said.
example of
Very well said.
what
Yep.
it is. That's my opinion to it. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to say something? No? Okay. You want to say something? Okay. So let's go to the next question. My question is that, now this is very, focused question to all of you. What should be done to bring the blockchain skills in the next generation?
So I would answer that question, sir, initially.
Please, go ahead.
So in order to get that blockchain into the next level, so the next level is only possible with the more and more people using the blockchain and the technologies that we build, or the apps that we build. So the people has to use these things in order to take them into the next level. So in order to do that thing, so the main aim for the developers should be to create an interface which will be useful for the people in their day-to-day lives. For example, like we have already talked about the health records and the other supply chain management system. So let us talk about the land registrations that we have listened on the first day. Like one of the speakers have spoken about that the Andhra Pradesh state government was the first government to actually take that initiative and to push the land records into the blockchain. So if the developers who are actually working in the Web3 space or who are intended to build these dApps, so if they start building the applications which are which will directly show impact on the people's day-to-day life or the day-to-day activities, I think it's one of the most effective and the easiest way, like to gather mass gatherings of people to the blockchain and towards the dApps thing. So like I would think building something for the people, for their day-to-day and therefore it should not be again something you have to pay more time and more, money in order to use the app. It should be affordable and it should be more easy to use in order to gather more people and to take this thing to the next level from the place which it is at this point of time. So yeah, that I would like to contribute to that question.
Wonderful, wonderful. Who wants to go next?
I want to answer that again. Adding on to that, I think most importantly we have to show that there are two important things here. One is security and sustainability. I came the first day and I thought this is one more technology that I need to explore and all. But then we got to understand why is it necessary, why is it all the words like decentralized, why is it has to be so transparent, why is it not more immutable. So maybe empathizing on that fact might show that the importance of this blockchain in the future, and that leads to sustainability. I think that's
excellent, excellent, guys. I think, and Deepak, I want to acknowledge the fact that in these last 3 days, and I have been interacting with all of you from day one, right? I have seen the maturity curve going up like that, and it is unbelievable to see the answers that you guys are giving right now to us, and hats off to all of you. Okay? Okay. Who wants to go next? You want to talk?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Hello everyone again. The only thing that we can do in upliftment of this entire technology or making it aware to more number of people is that we can come up with different kinds of scheme, but when it comes to this, most of the adoption or most of the adoption schemes that we have to be implemented were already implemented. There's a thing called Gitcoin where we can the thing is that they promote this technology like anything. They will be having each and every day hackathons and prize pools. They will even in order to learn blockchain, we don't need to learn it for free. Even we can earn on top of that. It's like learn to earn things on top of Gitcoin. So most of the push that is required to push this technology even more further and make more people aware of this was already done in many of the aspects. But even more, what we can do is make more people aware of this particular technology. So that's my take on it.
Very, very well said, very well said. I think it is very important. And one thing that we talked about and we heard our student panel talking, that this blockchain world is very, very collaborative. People want to teach you. There are different models in which, like you said, you go and learn and then earn simultaneously. So now even after all these things, if you are not learning, then this is whose mistake? I want the answer. This is whose mistake? Ours. Right? Anybody else wants to respond to this question before I go to the next question?
Yes, sir. As per the question, that is that how to push this blockchain network into the coming public. And that is like me, I could be the small example that I don't know about the blockchain, but attending these sessions, I got an interest and knowledge about these blockchain systems. And moreover, in order to push this to the future, we could implant some like small examples like Chingari, which is on using the blockchain at present, so that is interactive to the present public, and we can get an idea and thereby develop the interest in this blockchain. And who knows who can be the number one by gaining that interest and putting their efforts, and thereby they can continue this blockchain further. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I think very well said. See, so what exactly is happening in this space right now? There are two models which are evolving. One model in which there are businesses which are there in Web 2 world. These businesses are trying to convert themselves or adapt to the Web 3 standards or Web 3 model. That is one thing where Chingari comes right there. Chingari was a Web 2 company. They have adopted Web 3, and by doing Web 3, what exactly they have done, they have changed the whole governance model. They have changed the whole economics, at play. Now, the second type of model which is coming up right now is basically the newer and newer possibilities which are emerging from Web 3. Now, that is something which is pretty interesting. So, in my opinion, and like our panel members are saying the same, that this world is evolving from all the different nook and corners. And this will need, and you must have heard Urban from Web3 Foundation yesterday and on day one. He is very, very pointed in saying that we need people who are skilled. That's what we are doing. So very well said. Let me ask another question. How do you see IBC Media's effort in this direction? Polkadot being our headline sponsor. Who wants to talk about that? How do you see IBC Media is contributing in the skill building process of blockchain? Yeah,
So
please.
I want to answer this question. First of all, I was completely unaware of what is blockchain before coming to this. From day one, I have been part of this journey and I have learned a lot of things and I have to learn more. I would really thank Polkadot for sponsoring this event. IBC Alt Hack has been really helpful for me to understand what is blockchain and improve my interest in it. And it had created awareness among these 300 students, and we all are able to learn and utilize this opportunity because of the sponsors. I would really appreciate that, and I'm really grateful for that.
Excellent. So I think before we go to the next panel member, before he gives his response, one thing you have to understand, that when IBC Media has got these programs, the Alt Hack, we also have our continuous program, which is called Continuous Education Program, in which we take you much deeper into stuff. And when I was conceptualizing this program along with Abhishek, the one thing that I had in mind, that these 300 people here, they are not just participants for us. You are ambassadors for Web3. You are ambassadors for blockchain. You are ambassadors for Andhra Pradesh. And I mean this. Before we close these 8 days, I want you guys to be as confident, as ready, and as capable of going much deeper into the subject as you can. And then you try to find your sweet spots, whether you really want to become a cryptographer, whether you really want to become, blockchain, core developer, or whether you find your sweet spot in the business side of the world, or you really want, your expertise in the functional side of the world, or you really want your expertise in the community management side. There are n number of possibilities. Whether you love writing, there are tons of opportunities for content creators here, content writers. This is not only for developers. Development is one of the main pieces, I agree, but the ecosystem is so large that whatever skill sets, now it just depends on whether you are willing to learn, whether you are willing to put hard work. Are you in the game, guys? Are you, I didn't hear at all. Are you in the game? Yes, sir. You have to be in the game. And what we are giving you a stadium here to play. right? Please go ahead. My question was, how do you see IBC Media's effort in upskilling people?
So like, I just wanted to add few points to what my friend has talked. So from the day one till today, like I have seen many webinars and like many speakers have come here and they've taught us like their experiences and how things actually work in the blockchain and with the, like with the crypto coins and with the tokens and all this stuff. Like I felt that very much important, like before diving into Web3 or building something like a D app, like it is very much important to learn like how the basics and the fundamentals actually work in that space. So like that's one of the biggest thing which I felt like, very useful and supportive in order to build a D app and to get more and more knowledge into the site of Web3 or into the blockchain by the lectures or the presentations would be the right word. Like they have given, like many speakers have given many presentations. With that, like it actually gave that insights of okay, like this is how things actually work in this space. So like that's the biggest thing which I liked with the IBC media. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I think I do appreciate what you just said. I see IBC Media's intention here is to take this technology to all of you. We don't have any other objective here. And that is where we are, the whole team is putting efforts day in, day out and coming to you and ensuring that you understand the fundamentals of technology. Building on that will not be that difficult. But you need to understand what is a node, what does validation mean, how do blocks get formed, right? What are the nuances? What are the underlying technologies, like what is hashing? What is the cryptography? How does Bitcoin use all these technologies to come up with such a beautiful solution? Hats off to that person, Satoshi. Right? These things, once you understand these things, in fact, I will be still talking to you. I have not forgotten my promise that after these 8 days, you will be somebody. And I still think of that, and I will still be talking to you on many occasions from now till next 3 days, and ensuring that what you need to know, you should know. Anybody else in response on this question?
I feel like IBC has set a very great vision to build this thing. Like imagine this situation, scheduling these kinds of events for 300 people and without any single cost, any single rupee from the participants. That's not a joke. It's a very big deal.
Yep.
So I feel that they have set a strong vision in order to bring in more such smart people into the system. And I feel that the thing that I have felt the most was that the people that we're speaking here, we are getting a thing called wisdom. If you want knowledge, you go to YouTube and then search some videos. You can get the knowledge right there. But when it comes to wisdom, wisdom is like seeing tons and thousands of videos and then integrating each and everything of it and then speaking on top of it. So that's where we are fortunate here. Like I feel that we are getting that wisdom kind of knowledge from the speakers we have seen right here. So that's my take on it. Thank you.
Excellent. Anybody else on this question? Or we can move to the next question. Okay. My next question to all of you, what have you understood about Polkadot and what do you think about Polkadot? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll start the thing, sir.
Please.
So it's simply nothing but at the beginning, when it is 2008 and 9, there's only one thing called Bitcoin, and then after Vitalik has found many glitches in it, he has found the Ethereum, and even meanwhile, even after the generation of the Ethereum, there are many color coins generated, many blockchains. So as a particular technology got boomed or which is somewhat unique, many people drives towards that particular thing, making it even more crowdier. So as more people joined the tribe, more blockchains were emerged. The only drawback after emerging of many blockchains are right there. The drawback is that there is no interoperability. There is no communication between different kinds of blockchains created. So that's where Gavin Wood found the necessity and have implemented the Polkadot. So as he is, as you have said, sir, like Gavin Wood was the co-founder of the Ethereum. Gavin Wood and Vitalik were the founders of the Ethereum. So he has founded the shortcoming in the entire blockchain system, not only on the Ethereum, and have framed and architected a very best approach to solve this particular problem. And Polkadot does that, like making each and every blockchain using parachains to communicate with each other, and like locking at the one bridge, opening at the one bridge. So I feel this is a very a good thing which solve a very major problem. And technology is not like it's not like develop. There is no word called already developed. It continuously emerges. So even if there is Polkadot, there will be some kind of glitch within maybe within. Sorry, I'm sorry for that.
Okay.
It keeps on emerging. So I feel Polkadot has solved a very major issue. Thank you.
You know what? I love it. I mean, I don't have any reaction. And these things have happened in last 3 days. Would you imagine? I think he is answering like a pro. But my suggestion is that keep going deeper, buddy. Keep going deeper. This is so fascinating, believe me. If you love tech, you will be in a blissful. Right? So, yeah, lady, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Hello everyone. Myself Abita. I am from GVP CE, BTech second year. So, Polkadot is mainly for.
Yeah, change the microphone.
So it solves a challenge what it is in the bitcoins or Ethereum. So it provides the communication between two blockchains. And it also had a structure like collators, nominators,
Relay chain,
validators,
para-chain.
relay chains. So it is a huge network.
Yep.
That's
Absolutely. I mean, so guys, believe me, it takes a lot to come here, sit here and talk. Kudos. Anybody has any comments regarding on anything on blockchain and Web3? You can be giving your. I'm moving towards the conclusion of the discussion. Please go ahead and give your concluding remarks, comments in quick words, please. Who wants to go for? You want to go? Go ahead.
First of all, I would like to thank IBC team for giving me this opportunity. So, well, I would like to make a comment on the Web3 technology. First of all, we were taught about what is the difference between Web 1, Web 2 and Web 3, since all of you are aware of that. So, I think Web 3 is very much excellent as it establishes an ownership. Like, if we do something, we get the ownership of that. And I think particularly that is really important because what we do, we get credibility for that. In my opinion, it's really useful, and I think we should be learning more skills in Web3 and get adapted to it, so that when we get into the industry, we would be the better among others.
Absolutely. Yep.
That's
Okay.
my opinion to it.
Yeah. Who's next?
I would like to add on few points to what my friend have said earlier. So like I just wanted to see like how far like we can take, like we as a developers of Web3. So I'm very much curious about to know like how depth we could go to the other edge of the people where they only know how to use a mobile phone and an Android app built into it. So I'm like very excited about to know like in which platforms we will be flourishing, like in terms of medical, in terms of finance, or in terms of other streaming platforms, or maybe in the gaming industry. Like currently in this current scenario, like in India, the gaming, more precisely like the mobile gaming, is like in a boom from certain perspective of game genres. So like I am interested to know like how far we can get this blockchain and the other technologies that we are actually learning here into that type of edge case industries. And I'm actually curious to know like how we are going to implement our methodology in those arenas where we haven't touched till now.
In
Thank
fact, gaming is not an edge case in my opinion. That's going to be the mainstream. In fact, all the games, be it Fortnite, Roblox, whatever you talk about, so everybody has to be in the Web3 space because the whole economy has got changed, right? But again, well said. Okay. Who else wants to conclude? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Having known about all the importance of this Web3 and the blockchain, I'd want to request you to put a small further effort to add it on the curriculum so that most of the present could go through it and have their thoughts on it and put it forward. Thank you.
Point taken. Okay, thank you. You want to say something?
Yeah, like so far I had so much, like gained so much knowledge, and I like exploring technologies, like different technologies, and I just came with that mindset. But then I thought, like I understood how sustainable it is. I want to listen to all of their ideas and want to know like where we go. And yeah, looking forward to other sessions this day and other 3 days too. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anybody else has any comments? Okay, so Mr. Deepak, so we are done with the discussion, and Deepak Singh. Yeah, so we are done with the discussion, and I want all of you to give a huge round of applause to all of these speakers, panels, and I hope and wish that you be a part of hundreds and thousands of such panels by virtue of your hard work, your knowledge, persistence, and depth. Okay? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Deepak.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Guys, we'll take a 5-minute break. And listen, don't go and come after 30 minutes. Yeah, just go and take 5 minutes, just a normal break. We'll be we'll be breaking away for lunch anyway, right? So just respect the time.
बोलना हाँ आपके लॉगिन आपके ही चले नहीं लॉगिन तो मेरे पास है नहीं ट्विटर का उनके पास है लास्ट टाइम वो यूज़ कर रहे थे मेरे पास भी है एक बार उनसे पूछो क्या करने का
Guys, settle down please quickly. 10 seconds. Person standing or talking will come on stage again. 10, 7, 4, person who's speaking or standing will come in front. 3, 1, all right. We'll go to the next session now.
Okay, so now let me take the privilege of introducing to you the next speaker. Her name is Priscilla Vomic, and one of the things that you see IBC Media doing, all these activities on ground has a very, very important piece attached to it, where we have to continuously, work with our sponsors, our business partners, because they are the industry. And as an organization, we will not be able to do justice to what we are doing unless we are working hand in hand with all our sponsors. So Priscilla Vomic is the person behind this, and she works with all of our sponsors on a day-to-day basis. She understands the market, this crypto industry and blockchain to quite a deep level. She works out of our Dubai office, and today she will be going and speaking about all the different tracks, the challenges that our sponsors have given for you to solve and win exciting prizes, by building things on those challenges. So I think you should definitely give a careful listen to this and try to understand what Priscilla is going to be speaking to you. Priscilla, privileged to have you talking to our students today. Stage is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you a lot. So hello everyone. How are you doing? And I hope you're enjoying, this program and getting to learn a lot of things. And so today I'm gonna walk you through what we have in store when it comes to tracks, on our website, and also what are the resources you can use to build on these tracks, right? But before I start, I am as Praveen sir said, that I am working in Dubai, and I'm just seeing you guys, the whole of you, behind the screen. And I would like to appreciate all of you present in this room, that, the effort you are taking in learning. I would like to appreciate your willingness and determination to learn and be in this space, because trust me, this space is emerging. Web3 space is the space which is big and is going immense or massive in coming years. So why don't you, all of you, give a huge round of applause for yourself, for the willingness, for the determination of staying in this program, learning, and, create a great impact in this industry, right? So let me just share my screen, and I hope you can see my screen. Okay, so this is our website, ibc.media. So if you have your laptops or your phone, just go and log in, and go to Google, just write ibc.media. You can find our website. We are doing a bunch of different things, as you might know now, but today we'll just focus on one thing, which is hackathon. So go to the hackathon tab, just right here, and then we are going to click on IBC Hack 3. It's loading. All right, so now we are in this page. Let me just take you or walk you through. So over here, you can see the registration date from when to when, and then you have a register button and learn more button. I will come to it a little bit later. So our goal is to onboard 1 million developer. So in our community, we're going to have 1 million developer, and I really appreciate the fact that we're going to have like smart minds like you guys, already, a part of this community, right? Now, let's just go down. We have here, you can see the total hackathon prize pool. So right now it's 190K plus, and it's growing. And if you go down the page, you're gonna see that there are different tracks: track 1, 2, 3 till 7. Now, the first track. So what I'm gonna do is walk you through what we have in store here, and deep dive into the resources which is going to help you, in building on these tracks, right? So first track is Polkadot Hack Impulse. Now, as you now know, and I'm seeing that, in the panel session also, like, people appreciate Polkadot, what Polkadot is, but just to give in one line, Polkadot is a protocol that connects blockchains to exchange value. In simple terms, it enables interoperability between multiple blockchains. Now, here you can just find like different themes attached to it. So you can build on these different themes. So there are 5 themes, and the first theme is about interfaces and experiences. So what do you mean by that? In this specific theme, we will look for decentralized applications or dApps, which improves the overall user experience, essentially making it seamless, which in turn will help accelerate the Web3 adoption. So if I have to give you an example, let's just take traditional banking app versus, the modern payment solutions like Phone Pay or Apple Pay or Google Pay. If you compare them, like how fast these apps are, like Phone Pay or Apple Pay, like so fast, so seamless, it's quick. So it's all about that, which can really make the whole process easy and give a really good user experience, right? Now, second is about Web 3.0 and tooling. In this theme, we are looking at the dApps, which will help reduce the friction to use Web3 applications and improve the Web3 adoption. Example, you could build a simple application to buy crypto with a credit card, let's say. Third, DAO and governance. What is DAO? Decentralized autonomous organizations. So in this theme, we will be looking for dApps to build tools which can help to create, run, and manage DAOs and simplify the governance process. Fourth, DeFi. Now you guys know DeFi is decentralized finance. So here we'll be looking at dApps which aim to revolutionize traditional finance and remove the central components to make it more efficient and open, be it lending, be it borrowing, or any other financial application. Now, lastly, fifth, NFT. Non-fungible tokens. So here we'll be looking at dApps. We'll be using the power of NFTs or non-fungible tokens to create unique ownership experiences. Example, you can make something like, it could be a concert ticket booking app, example, right? So now we know what are the themes available for, on this specific track sponsored by Polkadot. Let's understand what we have in store for you in terms of rewards, right? So total prize pool of this is $35,000. The majority of it is sponsored by Polkadot, and the extra prizes is it's sponsored by RMRK. So shout out to RMRK, and let me just tell you a little bit about RMRK. Remark is a blockchain protocol which helps developers and designers to build multi-resource NFTs, which are multi-chain by default, right? So I want you guys to Google and just research on what Remark is for further knowledge, but let's just focus on, what we have in terms of the breakdown and the prices. So as you can see, it's distributed as first winner, second winner, and third winner. And then, you can see the total, with the Polkadot price plus the extra price by Remark, and what's the total you get. Now you'll be asking, Priscilla, what is, and towards the left, what is 28,000 to winner and 7,000 as participation in incentives? So basically, if you see traditional hackathon, you see problem statement, and then if you win it, you get the money. But in our hackathon, in this particular theme or track, let's say, what we have done is not only you'll get the winner prize, but before getting the winner prize, we will be, we have developed something called micro incentivization program, whereby for each stage of hackathon, we're gonna give you rewards or like reward you with participation incentives. Like let's say for registration, you're gonna have something. For idea submission, you're gonna have something. For getting getting shortlisted for MVP submission, that we are gonna give. So for every step, for each step, as you progress through the stages of hackathon, we are going to give you participation incentives. And then when you're going to get this, when you're going to get it towards the end post the DAP submission, right? So now when you know that you have the themes, you know the prize pool, and you know that these are for the Polkadot Hack Impulse, where can you go and get the resources? Go up in the same page. You see there's a learn more option, button, learn more, click on it. Then it will take you to this. So this page is going to be your first best friend when it comes to this whole program or hackathon, let's say. Because for everything you're gonna when it comes to resources, you're gonna refer to this page. What we have in this page is a little bit about our information about our company, what IBC Media is, what it aims. We have our social channels, and then you can see track prizes and the resources, which I'll come to it later. And then you can see the schedule, the social media channels. So we have Twitter, we have LinkedIn, we have Facebook, we have YouTube, Discord, and Instagram. I want all of you to subscribe to all of these channels because, we are doing a lot of different activities. You're going to, stay updated, in what we do, what we have in store. Make sure you, like, comment, and just at least follow the social media channel so that, you can get, stay tuned in for future events or current events. Now in this page, you will see sponsors and partners like Polkadot, Remark, Fala Network, Unique, DTC, Subsocial, Chingari, Robonomics, Tech Mahindra, Unbounded, Magic Square. We have a lot of sponsors and partners enabling this program, right? So now you can see a little bit about mentors and jurors who we have in store, and our Government Association and our headline sponsor, as you know, it's Polkadot. So shout out to Polkadot. Now let's quickly deep dive in the part where you have the resources, right? So here is track prizes and resources. So click on here, and then I've already opened it for you. So IBC Hack 3, let's go there, and let's click on the first one, the one I just explained. So in this page, you're gonna have the, what Polkadot is, what the total price is, what's the breakdown. Then you have track details, either the owner of the track, which is Web3 Foundation Parity. What are the themes? What are the judging criteria? Now it's very interesting here. So when you will be doing a submission, you can know on what basis we'll score you. So you have 6 parameters from innovation, social impact, unique value proposition, MVP stage, team strength, chain fit. And there are certain points attached to these parameters. And you can see there's one liner for every parameter, which describes what this is about. So make sure you go through this, page when you want to build on this track and understand, every detail in this page. Now, here's a little hacker guide for you from Polkadot. So if you click on here, you'll have the checklist, you have the resources, you have all the links, whether by, from website to documentation, from tutorials to support, every possible link here, which can enable you, to build on this track. Now, last time, if you have noticed, yesterday, Urban was explaining about grants program. So post-hackathon, that's why I appreciate them, that post-hackathon, there are a lot of opportunity for you guys to, be a part of, Polkadot, whether be it grants program or builders program, you have ambassador program. So you have a lot of options you can check on here. And then also it's also listed down the career opportunities you can go through in this ecosystem, Polkadot ecosystem. You can also connect them on different social channels, which are listed here as well. Now, if you see, look at this. There are so many details over here, like video resources to documents. You have general introductory videos to Polkadot, workshop materials, documents, tooling, templates, everything listed down here. So not only this, so you are going through the orientation sessions, like on ground, online, but apart from that, you have resource center like this, which enables you to like understand more in depth about the track. But not only that, I want you guys to go to Google, type YouTube, IBC Media, click on here. Then you see we are doing a lot of different things. So click on playlist. Then you have a section called workshops. Now, let me just move this one. Yeah. So in this part, you have a lot of different workshops. So every track you see on the list, people have like the technical speakers from the sponsored tracks have come on board and then, done like online sessions or workshop sessions on certain topics, which can, help you in your journey in these tracks as well. So for Polkadot, you have Radha, you have Akim, you have Nikos, talking about different topics like Polkadot 101, Substrate 101, Ink, etc. Okay, so check them out as well, so that it can help you, understand in more depth, right? Now, let's go back to our IBC Hackathon 3 page. Now we know about Polkadot Hack and Pulse. Now, I will skip the track 2 because it's a bit unique compared to like the other tracks. But let's just jump to track 3, which is Chingari Techorism. Now, what is Chingari? So Chingari is the TikTok. I know every one of you like know TikTok, which is banned in India right now, but Chingari is the TikTok of India right now. But there's an interesting twist to it, so basically they incentivize users to create content or consume content in the form of their own tokens, which is Gary tokens, right? So if you see that there are 3 themes, which is like the first one is DAO tooling solutions for their mobile app users. Second is P2E or play to earn gaming concept for their branding avatars. And then third is GameFi. Now, the total prize pool for this is 10,000 USD, which is broken down into winner prize and runner-up prize. Now, again, let's go to our best friend for the hackathon, which is Resource Center. So over here, let's go to, track 3, Chingari Techorism. Again, you will see, what Chingari is, what the prize pool is. You can see the links over here. Like you can download them from Play Store, etc. Then you can see here the track details, the problem statement, and the judging criteria. So they have listed down, or like what are the judging criteria by which they're going to judge or score your submission. Basically about like you can see that you can clear understanding of our product offerings, and etc. So make sure you go through it, understand each and every point. And then here you can see the resources. So you have Gary Money product FAQs, you have branding avatars for P2E or play to earn, and then the general resources. So you have everything over here. And also you can check out their YouTube workshop session, whereby they talk more in detail. Now, let's go back to the page. Let's go to track 4. So Robonomics Autobus. By the way, you see these cool names, Autobus, Mapcode, like shout out to our CEO, Mr. Praveen Thakur, for coming up with these cool names. I really appreciate that. So what is Robonomics? Robonomics contains a complete set of tools for developing Internet of Things or IoT applications, both on the robotics and the user interface sides. It is basically a decentralized infrastructure to build your IoT applications connected to the Web3 ecosystem, right? Over here, you see 2 challenges on the smart home on Web3 cloud. So the first challenge, you have to basically come up with useful IoT use cases on Robonomics for their smart home applications. And challenge 2 is develop software solutions that can improve the, UE or user experience of their smart home implementation. The prize pool is USD $10,000 divided into first prize, second prize, third prize. Now, to access the resources for this one, we'll go to Resource Center here, and let's go to track 4, Robonomics Autobus. You have the little bit information about what they do, what the prize pool, the challenges. Again, they have given you the judging criteria with every parameter and the points attached to it. And then here you can see the resources. So they have done previous workshops as well. You can see the presentations or workshops here. It's on YouTube, and you can check our YouTube also for their session. And you can see there are other information from website to the wiki to Discord to GitHub. And then you can also check the profiles of the juror or the mentor they have. So if you have any questions, go to our Discord and ask questions right away. If you wanna, because they're gonna be the ones who are gonna answer your questions, apart from the IBC faculty trainers we have. So let's go back to our page, Hackathon 3 page, and let's go to track 5, which is unique network mob code. Don't get overwhelmed with the the big paragraph. It's really, really simple. So let me just tell a little bit about unique network. So unique network is the NFT parachain of the Polkadot or Kusama ecosystem. It is a scalable blockchain for marketplace games and dApps with advanced features, right? So to simplify whatever there is in the big para, in short, what we expect you to do is make a gasless dApp for a user to claim their proof of attendance in the event. Like, we're going to have a conference, in so soon. So, so you have to make a gasless dApp for a user to claim their proof of attendance in the event, like IBC conference. You're going to have a lot of different things under the conference, like, hackathon, demo day, etc. So you have to substructure into IBC Hackathon Day and NFT galleries, etc. So you can check the information, in the ibc.media page as well. So you have to do all of this by using the unique network SDK, right? So the prize pool is USD $10,000, but you're going to get in UNQ tokens, which is a native token, and is broken down into winner, prize, and runner-up. Now, let's go back to the Resource Center. You can go to track 5, unique network mod code, and then you can see a little bit about their company, like what they do, the prize pool, and the problem statement, and you can see their judging parameters. So the first is innovation, second is MVP completion, third is execution, and you have different points attached to it. And also, there's an explanation of what that parameters is all about. Now, for the technical resource, you can click on this. You can see there's so much of details, helping you understand what they do, and all the resources are there. Just check them out. Now, you have mentors listed down here who will be there in the Discord as well. So on this journey, your second best friend is going to be Discord channel. Any time, any question, any doubt, any request, not only you can tell it in the on ground people there, but make sure you write it on the Discord channel, because these are the mentors. For every track we have the mentors from from the sponsors for them to guide you through in your journey for in all of the tracks we have for you. No question will be probably be oh, Priscilla, I'm shy. No, don't be shy. Every question is valuable. I was reading a quote. It was saying part of being successful is to ask question and listen to the answers. So make sure you ask question, any question. If you have problem in certain this thing, if you have problem, even to go to Discord, we have people, we have parents, we have everyone over there to help you understand where you have to go. Make sure you go and ask questions. Right now, let's go back to our hackathon page. We have track 6, which is Subsocial Datathon. So we have 3 challenges, but before that, let me just tell you what is Subsocial. So Subsocial is a layer 1 chain in the Kusama ecosystem, which provides infrastructure for building decentralized social applications, right? So we have three themes under this sponsored track. So first theme talks about browser extension to resolve sub-social domains. So basically what you have to do, you have to build an extension which can resolve a domain and check whether it is already bought or is available to purchase, and then perform action based on the result. Theme 2 is backup tweets data to subsocial with authentication. So basically what you have to do in there, basically build a browser extension or an automated solution which allows the owner of a Twitter account to back up their tweet to subsocial. Number 3 is create a fully decentralized social blocking app, which is a bit self-explanatory. So given we have 3 challenges, now we can see the prize pool over here. 5,000 is a total prize pool, but you can't see the distribution because we are gonna, the winner prize will be distributed based on the project score, different, like based on different criteria like completion, code quality, user interface, deployment, and general use case, right? So we have different criteria based on that. It can be 1 winner, it can be 2 winners. We have to see based on the project score. Now, quickly, we'll just go to the resource center here. Track 6, subsocial datathon. You can see that, a little bit about themselves, like the company, prize pool, and every theme is, like there are a lot of details on every theme. So you can see what they really want from you or want you to do, and there are technical resources available here as well. Now, track 7, stay tight, we are completing soon. So track 7 is Fala Hack Infinity. So Fala Network, which is sponsored with track, is a privacy-preserving cloud computing service in the Web3 ecosystem based on Substrate, right? So we have 2 challenges here. So challenge 1 is complete the Oracle workshop, it has beginner and advanced challenge. And challenge 2 is basically whatever you learned in the challenge 1, which is a workshop about fat contracts. You have to use that knowledge to create a dApp using fat contract deployed on the fat test, right? And let's go to the, okay, let's just let me just tell you about the price pool. So first one is 25,000 PHA. PHA is the native token. And, for the first 50 winners, we'll get 500 PHA. And the challenge 2, which is build a fully functional dApp with a fat contract on Fala testnet, is the prize pool is 28,000 PHA and is distributed into winner prize amount, first runner-up and second runner-up. But not only that, each qualified submission gets 1,500 PHA. So if not me, by the end of this thing, you will be rich after completing all of these, exercises, right? So let me just go back to the page here. The resource page, let's go back to the resource center. You have track 7, Fala Hack Infinity. So here you can see the challenge 1, complete Fala Oracle workshop, and challenge 2 for like building a fully functional dApp. So click on here, you can see, the details in GitHub. Don't think it's overwhelming, because it's very well structured, it's very well described, step by step it's written, what you have to do. There is beginner challenge, there's advanced challenge. Make sure, very, you like skim through each and everything. Here, listed down here, there are like, there are screenshots, like there are guides, which can like help you understand and complete the workshop. So let me go back to this page. So you can also avail the resources listed down here for you to understand, more in depth. And also, again, go to YouTube, and I wanted to say that the third best friend is me, but the third best friend is YouTube. So let's go, go to YouTube, and then you can see Fala, technical speaker talking more in depth about things, so that you can give a little bit picture, and help you in building this track. So now since we have completed all the tracks, I'm gonna take my time to make you understand about the track 2. So track 2, IBC Open Innovation Challenge, is a track by IBC Media, and it's an open-ended hackathon, and you can build your own problem statement, on following blockchains. So we are chain agnostic, so we have different kind of, like we wanted to build on different kind of blockchain. So we have Binance, Cardano, Avalanche, Polygon, Solana, Algorand, Cosmos, Ethereum, Hyperledger, Fabric. And not only that, there are different themes. It's a bit similar to the first track, the theme, but then there's like 2 extra things, which is like metaverse and gaming. All right. So now, since what are the hackathon price, the tracks and the price breakdown, and where you can avail the resources, which is going to be here. If you have problems registering, I think the session was taken by Avinash like 2 days back or 3 days back. So in that, he also explained, but let me just tell you quickly that you can go to our Medium article, go to our Medium article, and you can just see the step-by-step guide for IBC Hackathon platform registration and onboarding process, right? And also, one thing I missed is that the Resource Center also has the resources for our track 2, which is IBC Open Innovation Challenge. And you can see, avail every resource for every chain like Binance, Cardano, Avalanche, Polygon, Solana, and etc. So you have website, their GitHub, their wiki, etc. So whereby you can read up and, like build on these tracks, right? So now, since you know everything, I hope you will take your time going through all of the things I showed you. So ibc.media, go to their hackathon page. You can see FAQs down there as well. You can see like who are sponsoring, what are the tracks. Then I showed you Notion page, just your first best friend for the journey. And then you can see every track information over there. The third one is Discord. If you have not joined, have all of you joined? Can I see raise of hands, like who have joined Discord? Okay, I mean, who has not joined Discord? Show your hand. Don't be shy. Is there anyone? Oh no, you should join the Discord right now. I will make sure Deepak, make sure that he or she, it's very far, I can't see much, but I see the hand. Make sure you join the Discord, and any question, anytime, just join, just hit it up, and then if you you can just write down there. If you have any questions, our CEO is over there. You can get help from him, and anybody, we have a lot of people over there. We have people back end. Also, if you want to connect with me, my email is priscilla@ibc.media, and you can connect me on LinkedIn as well. And but make sure you are. One thing I want to tell is make sure that you come on this session, which is happening online or offline, every day. Make sure you sit through all this, the whole time, from from the time you come until the end of it, because I don't want you guys to miss anything, And today, before I started, I made you appreciate your willingness and determination to be part of this program, but I want you to retain it and maintain this willingness and determination, because I want you guys, to make a name or create greater impact in this emerging space. And I'm very proud of you, all of you, that you are actually walking in that path, right? So anything, just hit us up on Discord, and if you have any questions for me, I'm ready to take you right now.
Guys, a huge round of applause for Priscilla. Priscilla, thank you very much. Now I'd like to go to the crowd and see if they have any questions. Don't ask about property rates in Dubai. Any questions regarding to the track or partners or sponsors? You can ask her. All right, so I think, first of all, thank you. You just revised the entire thing for me and Praveen sir. and and it was quite a comprehensive session. It was quite brilliant of you, and thank you for taking out the time once again. Guys, a huge round of applause for Priscilla.
Thank you, and Deepak, I want that the person who just raised the hand who didn't join Discord, let us put him on Discord.
Yes, I
All
have
right?
noted him through my eyes. I'll just go back and sort it out right away.
All right, perfect. Have a good day, guys. See you.
Thank you, Priscilla. We'll catch up. All right. So now we'll move on to the next session, which is about blockchain functional world introduction. It's going to be very helpful to you for coming up with ideas and obviously building upon them. So we'll begin on the same in a minute.
Test.
Guys, can you raise your hand again who did not join Discord? I think there were few people. Please raise your hands again. Yeah, okay. One. And who else? Guys, raise your hands. That's it? Just one person. Everybody else has joined Discord. Sir, can you check with your colleague next to you if you have joined Discord? Yeah, can you please help him? Thank you, thank you. Anybody else who is not on Discord would request you to take help from the person next to you. You know, so you can help each other, obviously.
Slow है अंकल.
Guys, how many of you are curious to how exactly build in blockchain and why to build in blockchain? Right, these are the two most important questions that will need figuring out, and that is where the importance of this next session, which is blockchain functional world introduction, comes into the picture, right? And we cannot have a much learned person, a more learned person than Mr. Priyeshu Garg, who is the co-founder of Router Protocol. And guys, I want you to give him a huge round of applause for taking out the time and being here with us. Sir, I hope you can hear us. Requesting you to kindly take the conversation ahead.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I am pleased to be here today with you all virtually, if not personally, and talk about some live use cases.
Priyeshu, sorry, I have to interrupt. Your audio is not clear there. Just give us a.
Yeah.
Can you start from the top, Priyeshu?
Yeah. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. So happy to be here and talk to all the young and sharp minds about live use cases of blockchain. Before we start, I would like to give an introduction of myself. I am Priyeshu Garg. I did my computer science engineering in 2017, and then I went to Ola cabs to work as a software engineer. And then in 2018, I took the deep dive into crypto and left everything behind to pursue crypto full time. It's been almost 5 years in the rabbit hole so far, and I'm not been able to come out. And I don't think I will come out anytime soon. So I want to talk to you students about what are some live use cases of blockchain, how it is currently getting used. And at that stage, I think like the biggest question is why to even use blockchain and why is it even needed? I mean, I assume you all have some programming experience or some technical experience. And in that sense, blockchain is, I would say, probably the least efficient data structure in the world. It is very slow, it is cumbersome, and it's very hard to scale. And typically, I mean, when you look at it, there are absolutely no merits if you like zoom out and see. However, like if you go close, you can see some merits. And the merits are typically in use cases where you need decentralization, as in where you don't want a single person to have the entire trust. So, whenever you need to decentralize a trust, or you need to make sure that people are acting honestly without knowing each other, that is the typical use case in blockchain comes handy. For example, let's say you want to launch some algorithm and you want to make sure that algorithm just behaves the way it should. And if you put that algorithm on a blockchain like Ethereum, then it's immutable. Like no one can change that algorithm, and no one can manipulate that, and it will behave exactly the way it is supposed to. And the way you can achieve this is by putting it on a blockchain and verifying the smart contract on a portal like Etherscan or Polygon Scan, wherein the users or who are using that contract can go and actually verify the code of that smart contract, and then they will be able to verify that whatever there is, it is public and it is immutable, it cannot be changed. And then it gives people a way to trust you. Actually, they're not trusting you, they're trusting the code, and they're trusting the Ethereum validators, which are almost millions. So it's a good way to do transactions or use cases which require trust without actually personally knowing people. So I'm Priya Garg. I'm co-founder of Router Protocol, which is a cross-chain interoperability layer. And I'm also an angel investor. And if you guys ever need any help building anything, feel free to reach out to me on Twitter. My Twitter handle would be @PriyaSugar. And very excited to talk about some live use cases of blockchain today. Um, so the first thing I would say is like whenever you want to do some research, like my way of doing research is follow the money. Like like I mean, I like to put my mouth or put my money where my mouth is. So you need to follow the money and see like which are the projects which are doing well in terms of the market cap of the cryptocurrencies. And these are the top 10 ones on the left: Bitcoin, Ethereum, Tether, USDC, BNB, Binance USD, XRP, Dogecoin, Cardano, Polygon. So if you follow the money, you can classify them into some various categories. So Bitcoin has established itself as a store of value. Now, why store of value? Because there is so much inflation going on in today's world, and there is no as such clear path of like transferring the value between different countries. Now, I don't know if any of you have tried an international transfer like Swift before. Like if you go to your bank and you tell them, hey boss, I need to send 1 lakh rupees or maybe 10 lakh rupees to certain person in who's living in Africa or US or be it anything, then it's a nightmare. They'll take days to process it. They'll have like tens of questionnaires to fill this, and there would be like so much, I mean, pain and headache to do that. It's a nightmare. People literally struggle for it. And one way to actually solve for this would be using some cryptocurrency, because cryptocurrency does not require a middleman to actually like process the transaction. The way it works is that the transactions are just confirm by a blockchain and no middleman. And because there is no middleman, there it is very easy to do, and it happens. Confirmation happens in almost 10-15 minutes. Otherwise, an international transaction takes days to confirm, or sometimes even weeks. So I've been there. I've done lots of transactions, so I understand the pain points. Then the second case is of Ethereum, which is a layer one blockchain. It's a blockchain on which people can build different apps. And there are like four in the top 10. It would be Ethereum, it would be Binance Chain for BNB, it would be Cardano, and it would be Polygon. So layer one blockchains are of course big businesses, and I mean, if you become the place where developers want to build their apps, then of course nothing like that. Third use case, which is very important, is stable coins. So if you see the top three of the 10 coins are stable coins: USDC, Tether, and BUSD. All of them are backed by dollars, at least they say so, and it's believed because that's why they have more than 30-40 billion in market cap. And the way that works is like, what happens if I'm transferring Bitcoin to someone in US for a payment or anything? Like I send them Bitcoin when it was at say $17,000. By the time it reaches to them, it could be 16,000, 1,500, and then it leads to some issues that which price should we even consider for the transaction. So this is a volatility problem. The price of cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin is very volatile and it moves very often. So it's not entirely scalable in terms of payments. It's good store of value and it could be used to beat inflation in long term, but it's not exactly a transfer of value mechanism. So for transfer, the stable coins have a very good use case. So that is why a lot of companies in the blockchain industry pay salaries in USDC or Tether, and a lot of payments are negotiated. All the funding which gets raised for a blockchain startup, typically all Web3 investors will only send you USDC, Tether, or BUSD for funding those investments if you are ever raising a fund or funds for your startup or anything like that. So all of this happens in because the value is fixed to a dollar, and I mean dollar is like a big challenge to overthrow, and no one, no, not even any country has been able to do it so far. Leave alone the blockchain, and it's actually powered by and secured by the huge US military. So industry kind of accepts it as a norm and typically uses US dollar backed stable coins as the main coins. Then we have got meme coin. Memes are powerful in Web3. Dogecoin is probably like the largest meme coin ever, and it has billions of dollars of market cap. So one funny thing is like Dogecoin's founder, he didn't actually believe in Dogecoin. He just created it for fun, and he sold his Dogecoin for like a price of a Honda Civic, and which is very less, maybe like 10 lakh, 50 lakh, I don't know, or maybe 20 now. And what happened next is like few years down the line, he realizes that his entire Dogecoin would be worth more than the Honda company alone. That is like bonkers. Like he was very upset when he discovered that, and he actually didn't want the coin to pick up. But what happens in blockchain is like once you release a coin and once all the tokens are out in public and you don't have those tokens, it means you don't have anything. So there's no concept of ownership here. Like whoever owns the token owns it, and then the guy like literally repented, but nothing works. I mean, the coins were somebody else's, and they like managed to create a huge community around it, a huge army of TikTok influencers promoting Dogecoin, Instagram influencers, and then it rose to like the top eight. Like it's bigger than Polygon and Cardano, man. And it's a meme coin. So memes are powerful, and if you ever do Web3 marketing, you should know that memes are powerful, and you should be try to use them. And the next ones, Cardano and Polygon, are again layer ones. I assume Polygon is, I think, one of the sponsors here, or you have a track for them. Or if not, then it is typically also actively involved in Indian communities. So this was a brief summary of the top 10 coins in the market cap, where we followed the money and see what kind of use cases are they even solving for. Now, there have been some emerging use cases in the past 2 or 3 years, and I will spend some time talking about them. So, the first one is DAOs. I'm sure a lot of you have heard about DAOs. DAOs are nothing but decentralized autonomous organizations. Now, this word may sound something big, but it's not actually anything big or something like that. So what happens here is like it's just a group members of a group coming together, say in a Discord community or something like that, and then they talk about things and then they do some things like together. This can build some product, they can acquire some property, and they can work for some common cause, they can work for some non-profit. And like the way it is different from a typical non-profit would be that everything happens on blockchain, everything is transparent, and everything is visible. So people don't have any transparency issues when they are in DAO. The example for DAO would be Sushi Swap, which is exchange, and it could be something like Constitution DAO. It was a DAO which was made to acquire a rare copy of Constitution of America. People all over the world contributed around I don't know, maybe like 30-40 million dollars to just buy that copy, and it was peak of bull market. It was crazy, and all these DAOs were getting emerged. Now, DAOs can be actually very powerful, and so far in India, no one has actually explored them much in terms of their usage. There have been some small DAOs, but no one has actually been able to pull a good one yet in India, at least. And I think it's also a good opportunity to see if you can actually solve a problem using a DAO. And the benefit of DAO is that it's like a social vehicle which has a financial layer built on top of it, and the transparency is all around it. And I like possible use cases for DAO could be something like like all these, for example, think like temples in our country. I mean, if you see their inner working and if you compare them to a DAO, you would find some parallels. And that is where I'll leave you. And I've added a further reading section here. It's a very good guide by Linda Z, and it's called A Beginner's Guide to DAO. If you want to explore more about DAOs, you should check it out. And one example is here also mentioned is Sushi Swap. Sushi is a decentralized AMM exchange which was launched in 2020 by forking Uniswap, and it is also governed by a DAO. Now, because it is governed by a DAO, it is very interesting. You can go to their governance forums and see what discussions are happening. You can see what salaries everyone is getting and where are they getting those salaries, and it has a lot of transparency around that. So you should definitely check out DAO work and see if you can use them in some way. Then I come to the next point called decentralized finance. Now, this was the like star child of 2020-21 bull of crypto markets. Decentralized finance, or DeFi, it refers to applications of finance such as saving, lending, borrowing, etc. Now, the biggest use case here was earning yields. I mean, but all of that turned out to be a sham. It was actually not real yields, but more like manipulated yields. And this is the very reason why the crypto market crashed in 2022, because a lot of people like Terra, Celsius, BlockFi, Vault were paying yields which they didn't had actually money to, and it was just like a Ponzi scheme which was working in a way to offer yields which are more than possible. So whenever you see someone offering you a deal which is too good to be true in this industry, it's probably some Ponzi in the background. Now that Ponzi might not affecting you directly, but it will at some point when the house of cards collapses. So decentralized finance services embrace the core values of open interest, including open access to anyone in world, commitment to open source code, permissionless adoption by third-party developers, lower fees, security and privacy, transparency, accountability. Now you might wonder what could even be the use case here. One of them is, of course, like exchanges like Uniswap, because you can go there and you can exchange one token to another. You can launch a new token. So what happens before Uniswap era? Like if you were a token guy and for creating a token or a token girl, if you create a token, then you have to like beg centralized exchanges to list you. Uniswap changed it. Uniswap made it anyone in the world possible to list their token against USDC or some any ETH or any token, and it would let you like start trading of that token immediately. Now, it was very important factor to do it because now people can actually list their tokens without any third party approvals, without any regulatory approvals, without any like without asking anyone. It kind of like made the whole process permissionless, and that is a big thing. So stablecoins actually offered the advantages of cryptocurrency. Sorry, um, actually, like the Uniswap actually offered the exchanges without any regulation, and it was very quick to launch a token, list a token, and it was very good. Then there was another exchange which came. It was called Curve, CURVE, and what it did was it made the algorithm of exchange better for a Uniswap styled AMM. However, it was targeted towards stable coins. Now, if you want to do a transaction like say convert 1 million USDC to 1 million die, it the rate would be better on Curve because it's specifically like the algorithm is tweaked for stable coins. Then the next one was 1 inch. Now what happened was that there were a lot of exchanges which were coming, and each exchange has its own liquidity pool. And when you do a transaction on say 1 inch, what would happen would it would break down your trade and it would route your trade through three or four different AMMs at one point. And what happens is the splitting of order is happening in the aggregator, and that is why it would ensure that you get the best price for your trade whenever the trade is going through. And that was like a revolution at that point, and the whole AMMs like became like the back end, and the aggregators like 1 inch became the front end because everyone wants the best price for their trades. So most of the people use aggregators, similar to say Make My Trip. Like whenever someone wants to book a flight, I mean we use something like Make My Trip. I want to ask you all, when you want to book a flight, where do you go? Do you go to the flight website or some aggregator like Yatra or Make My Trip? Raise your hand for aggregators. Yeah.
So
I
if
can
there's
see
a
some
doubt, I'll
hands.
just
So,
clear the
yeah.
question. The question is if you have
Okay.
to book a.
So my point is that you have to like. I mean, this is like. I mean, I want you all to understand how important this is because this is programmable money. No one has seen this ever, and like we are the first generation who is seeing programmable money in action. Because what would happen before this is like there was no possibility of programmable money. Like if you would go to government and say you want to build something on banking APIs and all that, it would be like such a big process. And even if you manage to get that API access in a year or maybe 6 months, then that API is not compatible with the rest of the world. So we were like by infrastructure and by usage or by rules we were limited. But what we have is decentralized finance, which is giving us programmable money across the world. Now it can solve for many use cases, like remittance or international payments or value transfer between anyone, and the transaction finality is like 1 minute, and it's like whole financial system on steroids. And you should think about how you can leverage it in your use cases, and I think it has a lot of potential. Now the next category which we are covering is stable coins and central bank digital currencies. I already told you that stable coin is a coin which maintains a stable value relative to global currency like USDC. It can also be for euro or some other, but I mean the main ones are for USDC. And CBDCs are like currencies which are issued by government, and stable coins are like coins which are issued by private parties. So stablecoin offer the advantages of cryptocurrency without the volatility. And then as volatile assets, stablecoins help enable on-chain transactions, including modernizing the global payment systems. Now what you can do is if you want to send say 100 USDC to a friend who is sitting in maybe New York, you can do it in a minute. Otherwise, there was absolutely no way to do it in a minute. Like try to find it out. Try to send someone 100 USDC in a minute. You at best you might find PayPal, and PayPal will rip you off by like maybe $10 in fees just to do it. And if you are sending USDC on Polygon or something like that, you can do it in like 10 seconds. Almost like fees would be less than 1 cent, and it's a very good use case. And CBDCs are like still in exploratory stage. We haven't seen a good CBDC yet, and they are being run and maintained by the government. So Indian government is also exploring CBDCs, and recently in October they released a report on how they want the CBDCs to function. I'm not too sure about Indian government CBDC because we already have such a robust UPI infrastructure which is already solving for instant payments within India. So not too sure how successful it would be, but CBDCs are being explored throughout the world. And think of it like a government's version of stablecoin. So basically, government felt the FOMO that hey, my coin is. I also need to launch a coin because everyone is launching a coin, and I don't want to be priced out of the stablecoin game. So that is what CBDCs are trying to solve for. But the problem is that community in the crypto it believes in decentralization ethos and immutability, and this is not something we expect from the government to put it on a platter for us. So a lot of crypto enthusiasts and the lovers of decentralization and those ethos, they are against CBDCs. So let's see how this pans out. However, I'm not too bullish on CBDCs, but I'm very bullish on stablecoins. Now, one opportunity in stablecoin has been there have been a lot of research going on. How do we make a completely decentralized stablecoin? How do we make sure that stablecoin is not linked to the bank? Now, the problem with current stablecoins like BUSD and USDT, USDC is that those stablecoins are actually linked to like some dollars in some US bank which is sitting somewhere. But there have been active research to make a stable coin which is entirely backed by crypto. And one of the successful one is DAI, and one of the unsuccessful one is UST. If you are interested in learning more about them, you should check out the MakerDAO website and the Terra Luna fiasco, study the Terra Luna UST fiasco, and then see if you can think of a possibility where you can make the stablecoin decentralized. That is a $10 billion opportunity or maybe $100 billion opportunity if you can crack it. Now we move to the next part, that is creator economy. So creator economy is more about referring to emerging communities of creators, artists, musicians, game developers, indie game developers. Basically, any creator who wants to directly connect to their audience. Think of use cases like Patreon, Gumroad, or maybe even OnlyFans. So what happens is that there are lots of creators who create a lot of content and they try to monetize that content, and it's like increasing becoming popular to increase those NFTs as those assets. NFT is a non-fungible token. It means that each token is unique. So for example, a creator might give you some token as appreciation, or think of NFTs like all the things which are personal in your life. For example, let's say you have a pen. A pen is not really non-fungible, it's like a fungible, it can be exchanged for another pen. So a pen is really not non-fungible. Non-fungible, all the good things in life are non-fungible. For example, your favorite movie, CD which you have, if you do, or your favorite water bottle, or your favorite anything which has some personal element to it is non-fungible, and that is why NFTs are getting picked. A lot of people like to have customization and something which is unique to them, and that is when NFTs come in. For example, if you have one ETH that is exactly fungible. You can trade it for some another ETH and it is all the same. But let's say if you have a Goblin NFT, then you'll have a unique NFT and it will have some different attributes. And then that is some uniqueness which you cherish and have it with yourself, because most of the world is status driven and everyone wants something which others don't have. So because of those human instincts, NFTs have found a good use case. So when you purchase an NFT, it's yours to control, and like you use it and you can transfer it. You can even now lend those NFTs, and you can borrow some stable coins. You can keep it for yourself. Some people frame it, and there are lots of parties. And then there are Discord groups, which are like exclusive to those NFT members. And you have to authenticate that you are the owner of that NFT, and only then you will get access to that NFT. And then there are some secret clubs, secret parties, and all that. So all of those things are getting accessed by NFTs, and they're very good. And now there's actually a new use case of NFTs emerging that is called soulbound tokens. What happens is, like, think of soulbound token as a token which only you have and you cannot transfer it to someone else. Now with NFTs, they are still transferable, that you can transfer it to someone else and they get the same features. But with soulbound tokens, it's something which only you have. So one example would be Binance is giving some SBTs to those who have like done their KYC, and it will give you a SBT to your wallet, and that proves to anyone in the crypto industry in a digital ownership proof that you have you some stable coin, some KYC SBT, and that is like a proof that you have done your KYC and you are not trying to cyber attack any protocol and you are an actual human being. So it's actually a good use case there. And NFTs like have lots of potential beyond creator economy also, because a lot of brands like H&M, Adidas, Nike, they're all exploring NFTs. Recently I purchased a Lacoste NFT, and they're talking about doing some merch drop for that. And it's a good way to bring in a pool of people together in a world, and then authenticate that those people are the ones you actually invited. So it's like a cryptographic tool to evaluate the eligibility of people you intended to invite, and that is where NFTs come very useful. You should definitely think of different and new ways of using NFTs in your projects. And don't get bogged by the image that NFTs are like just some monkey image or banana image. NFT is actually a digital proof of ownership. It's a cryptographic certificate which you have and which is only issued to some people, and it is easily verifiable. It's think of NFTs like a cryptographic proof you have issued to someone. Don't think of them as some monkey image or something that is very distracting and you'll get lost. So now we come to our last use case for today, and that is blockchain based games. So I mean, in the COVID, we saw that a lot of games like Axie Infinity turned out to be bankrolling the entire population of Philippines. People were leaving their jobs, leaving their work, and playing what Axie Infinity because it was a play to one model. However, like I'm not bullish on play to one model personally. I think it's another Ponzi scheme, because I mean, if you think fundamentally, there is no one, like say I'm a game developer, I'm already putting so many resources to build a game, launch a game. Why will I pay you to play again? I won't. I want you to pay me to play the game. So what happens is that, I mean, these kind of games, they make some clever tokenomics and try to spin some wheels and incentivize some early investors, and they typically don't work too well. But at the same time, there is a huge potential to make something which is genuine and which can actually be used by someone. And for example, let's say if you are a game developer and you make some game, some normal game, any game you make, let's say you make a simple version of Flappy Bird or something like that, and you have a community where people want to support you or buy more features. So what you can do is like sell them in-game goods using NFTs, and they can be used in the game. And what will happen if you do that is that the people will be able to participate in your game economy, and they will be able to buy in-game items. For example, let's say you buy a new skin of some player, then that particular skin can be transferred to someone else, and that particular skin can be sold in some marketplace. Basically, it kind of unrestricts you from the current gaming landscape. For example, if you buy a temple and maybe some t-shirt or some goodie, so then how do you even take it out from temple? Then how do you even sell it to say someone? How do you get instant cash for that? You can't. I mean, it's like effort wasted. So all of these economics, like the fundamental use case here is financial, and whenever you want these assets to become interoperable, as in be able to transfer from one game to another, even those use cases can be unlocked using blockchain. For example, let's say in due time some standards will emerge for like having interoperable game assets, and those game assets will be transferable between different games, and they would be redeemable, and you can sell it. You can either earn it by playing lots of game, or you can just buy it. You can gift it to a friend, and all of those, like, it will remove all the boundaries of these games, and the game would actually get a lot of usage and play. And I mean, the metaverse is going to work on the exactly similar concept, and I think like the future of metaverse would be borderless, and everyone will be able to contribute to development also. So for example, you can think of a use case like, why should only the game developers be able to make the skin and sell the skin? Why not some third party guy or me can make some cool skins and sell them to people who want to play the game? So even those things will become possible. So it's just like removing all the boundaries from the current ecosystem, and allowing a free financial flow to move through these games. And I think this is going to take some time, at least, and I don't see it happening in the next maybe 2 years. This is a long problem because good games takes years to build. So I think in the next 5 years we'll see some good applications of these. So anyway, my funda, like whenever I do anything in blockchain, the rule is don't trust but verify, because everything is verifiable in our industry, and if you are not verifying, then only you are to be blamed. And there are lots of like landmines in our industry. I mean, your keys can get hacked, your laptop can get hacked, you approve some bad smart contract that can drain your funds. There would be some DNS level domain attacks. There would be websites which are clone of exactly what you intended to visit, and they will try to steal away your funds. There would be 10 people who will impersonate you and ask other people for funds. There would be people who would impersonate someone else and ask you for funds. And then there would be, I mean, like projects who would do rug pulls, and by doing a rug pull, I mean they raise some fund and then they just stop the development or run away. And then there would be anonymous developers who will have no accountability, and they would do just whatever they want without like actually delivering. Some will deliver, but a lot of them will not deliver. So, but I mean, the place is full, and there would be like centralized, like large leaders like FTX and Mashinsky of Celsius, and Luna guys, and these guys. So all of that, I mean, it will be very hard to verify who is genuine, who is not. But if you like trust the blockchain data, and if you make your independent judgment, you will not lose. So it's very important for you to get familiar with how blockchains work, how to even read data, how to use Etherscan in a good way to do your own analysis, and then you'll be safe. So the concluding remark here would be that there are endless opportunities to build in this industry, to raise funds, and to launch something which people use. There would be lots of use cases which are possible, and all of them are multi-billion dollar use cases. What you need to see is like where you resonate and what you can do or what you want to build, and then just build it away. And since the industry is new, there is not too much competition, and it requires lots of really good people. So I mean, this is your chance. Then take it and jump in it. Thank you. My presentation is now over, and if you need any help, you can reach out to me on Twitter at @sugar. I will be happy to help you with whatever capacity I can. I advise a lot of projects in use cases and just mentor a lot of students also who are trying to build, because this is my way of giving back to the industry where I came from. And since I'm from software engineering background, I'm able to help people more quickly. So thank you.
Thank you, Priyashu. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Praveen Thakur, and I am the Chief Operating Officer for IBC Media. And I want to thank you on behalf of IBC Media for taking your time and talking to our student developers. We are having this, it's called IBC Alt Hack. Right now we are in Vizag, and the students we have, basically they are from various backgrounds, and they have been witnessing, an exciting roller coaster ride introduction to blockchain, basically. So what you cover today is phenomenally, I would say, important, because I think you were, paint a picture of the whole spectrum of the possibilities in blockchain. And I think the kids are pretty excited here. And let me ask them if they have any questions for you.
Yeah.
Guys, anybody has any question for Priyeshu? Or was it so well covered that you, you really got everything? So Priyeshu, looks like there are no questions at this moment. Yeah, we have a question. Just a second. Huh?
Yeah, happy to take it.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, what is the difference between creating a play game, creating a games with blockchain and without blockchain, sir?
So typically, it's very hard to create a game which is entirely on blockchain. Whenever someone says in the industry that they are creating some blockchain games, it means that the blockchain game is going to still be, most of the part is going to be on the traditional servers and everything. However, the financial aspect of those things, like the account ownership or the skin ownership or the gun ownership, and all the financial aspects and all the aspects which can move between different users and which can be sold or bought, they will be on some cryptocurrency blockchain L1. Like say it can be on Polygon, it can be on Ethereum, and those chains will like control the financial aspect and the ownership aspect, whereas the traditional servers continue to own the game. So it's like a game getting built in two different layers, where blockchain layer is about interoperability for assets and skins and money, whereas the traditional game continues to live where it lived before.
I hope you got the answer. Yeah. Okay. So, any other question, Deepak?
Good morning, sir. I want to ask a question that NFTs are theme-based creating on they just create roughly and get to trade and sell.
Can you please repeat the question?
I mean, NFTs are like monks or something like that, no, sir? Is there any theme behind that creating of NFTs? Or they will only create the roughly they create that NFT design and sell them or introduce to trade?
So, Prishu, what she is asking that is there any specific theme behind creating NFTs, or you can do any design and you can create NFT?
So the world is a playground, and it's all about what you can sell and what you can, what is your need of it, and there is no limitation on what you can do with NFTs. And I told you that arts is just one very small use case of NFTs. You should think of NFT like a cryptographic certificate of ownership of something, and which is personalized. And if you start thinking of it like that, then there are endless possibilities of NFTs. For example, there's a side project I'm working on, and in that I'm using NFTs to maintain ownership of a account. Now I'll tell you about it. Like say you want to stake some coins using some, yeah, let's say layer one blockchain, and what happens that there is that the tokens get logged, and you have to then let them be staked, and you can't withdraw them. So what I am doing in my side project is like I'm building this layer where you can use another contract and then stake those tokens using that contract, and the ownership of that contract I have wrapped up in the NFT. So NFT in my case is like a key to that vault, and that key can be sold to any different people. So what I can do now is I can stake some tokens. I have the key, and if I want to sell those stake tokens, which otherwise are not possible, what I would do is I would just sell my key, and someone else will be happy to take over that. So when you think of NFTs, don't think of art. Think of it like a some key which only you have, and then you will be able to think of some better use cases.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, hello sir. Myself Prabhas. I have a small question. Like, how NFT gains games have the price tag or what you said that valuation? How it provides like, if I create a game or if I create any skin or something else, so how it evaluate? Like, how you can value that particular theme or thing?
So typically what happens is, I mean, everything is a free market, and anything is worth what someone is like ready to pay for it. And typically what would happen is you like take some community feedback and see what your players who are comfortable paying for it. For example, if your audience is in India, then average price would be much less. If otherwise your audience would have been in a rich European country or a Scandinavian country or US or US or something like that. So based on audience and based on how the prices are in existing games, you'll have to do some market research and then price it accordingly. And then the best way is to like price it low and let them trade in an open market like OpenSea or some custom NFT marketplace. And that is where you can let the price discoverability to happen. For example, if you talk about Bored Apes, when they launched, the link price was almost like $100 or even less than that. It was around 0.08 ETH, and at the peak it went to 150 ETH. So I mean, it did like almost a 1500 times X or return or whatever you call it. So it really depends on like letting markets discover the utility and then decide the price. And while you list it, you should list it low.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay, so thank you so much, Priyashu. We have one more question.
We have one more question, yes.
Yeah, please, there is one more question.
Sir, as you have mentioned earlier about decentralized governance, is there any disadvantages to it? One disadvantage would be human intelligence. No one knows that corona will come, so you cannot write a program to it. Any more disadvantages for decentralized governance?
So I would not really call it a disadvantage because what would have happened in that case is the governance. When I talk about DAOs, it is decentralized, but it is not immutable. I mean, there are people who will discuss issues and then vote on some things and then take a different pathway. Similar to how the current government operates. Like what happened in Corona, like some new problem came, some new thought process happened, and new people try to solve it in a new way. Same thing would happen in a DAO. A problem emerges, and then people will try to figure out a solution, and then they'll vote for a new solution, and they'll discard the old solution. So it works like that. But there is a fundamental problem in DAOs, and that is the humans. Humans are the biggest problem because humans are inherently corrupt and they try to manipulate everything with minimum effort. And what happens then is that DAOs often suffer the same problem which any political system does, because then there are some people who have more influence or control than others, and then there are people who are manipulating things behind them back. So all of those human elements are still not solved for, and I'm happy to see someone solve for it.
Okay, any more questions, guys? Okay, so thank you so much, Priyashu, and it was wonderful having you at IBC Media. I'll stay in touch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so can we begin with the next session?
Yeah, can you hear me? So how were this session and how were the earlier sessions? Can somebody comment? I'm giving an opportunity for people to talk. Somebody new wants to talk? What did you learn from this session? No one? No takers? Then I'll listen to Deepak's advice for the new session right now.
So guys, here's how it goes. We need at least 2 opinions on the same, and then we can move to the next session, and you know the next session. So now it's up to you. The 2 people,
Yeah, so
then we'll move
2 people talk and you break for lunch. If not, then I think
we can
we'll
discuss
wait.
more.
We'll wait. Anyone? No, so guys, give me 2 minutes before you break for lunch. Excuse me. Hello. Hello. So what Priyeshu covered right now, these are all very, very important topics in the sense that these are, can you give me 2 minutes please? Guys, so these are the ways in which what you have been, trying to understand. These are the implementations. Oh, there is a dog. How? Now you understand why Web3 is important? Yes. So, if you look at these, these business applications that we talked about, and if you look at the spectrum of the business application, this is immense. You talk about DeFi, decentralized finance, which has got, and I think I am talking on DeFi today. Yeah, we'll talk more on DeFi. Then we have the games, and I think several dimensions of game, were spoken to you by Priyeshu. And now this is a very, very interesting topic. We have a session on NFT and games very specific to that. You will be liking that session, I'm sure. And then, of course, there is a hell lot of economy around it, basically, These Web3 games, somebody asked the question about Web2 and Web3 games, right? Why is it different? I mean, see, in Web2 games, you play, you earn, and you kind of win something. You create your asset that gets locked with that environment. It cannot go anywhere. That has got no value outside that ecosystem. Imagine connecting those assets to cryptocurrencies or money. And then this becomes an open market. Imagine, and he was giving an example, I'm not sure how many of you noticed that example, about people in Philippines using the game Axie Infinity, and this was their livelihood mechanism. People were running their family on this game. Now, there's some issues came there, that's a different thing, I will not go into that right now. But then these incomes were so important and so better than earning money from anything else. So there are immense possibilities in terms of all these areas. And as I was again saying that this is just the beginning. And then many thoughts are coming. People are building newer and newer things. Okay. So I think let's break for lunch, Deepak.
Yes, sure. So I'm seeing only 26 responses on the form that where you had to submit the ideas. So guys, understand that if you don't come up with an idea, you will have nothing to work on. I mean, there's no use on there's no way that you can proceed to the next step, even if you have a team member or anything, right? So make sure you use the lunch break, get done early, spend 10-15 minutes and come up with ideas and get done with the form and along with your GitHub link. How many of you don't have a GitHub account yet? Raise your hand, please. It's okay. Raise your hand. All right. Can you create it in the lunch break? Yeah. And how many of you don't have any idea as of now? Any idea? Guys, please raise your hands if you don't have any ideas. Everybody else has an idea? You don't have it. Have you checked the reference link that previous guys have done? Yeah, then think a little. I mean, that's the only thing that will get you an idea, right? So think about what all you can, the possible ideas that you can come up and at least fill those in the form that we have shared. You can obviously edit it and add more ideas in the same, but make sure you do that. I know you want to rush for the lunch, but we need it, guys, today evening. It's mandatory. You don't have an option. So don't worry about the quality of the idea. Just come up with an idea and we'll work with you to improvise and improve it. Okay? So two things. One is we will break for lunch now and come back in 30 minutes. Okay? And then we'll work on some things that are pending, which is your GitHub accounts and your ideas. Secondly, there will be an attendance at the end of the day. So if you plan on leaving, I mean, just for your information, that we will be taking the attendance at the end of the day as well. All right? Okay, guys, see you in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Can you guys hear me? Like Deepak says, please settle in. Yep. We'll start with the post-lunch session shortly. Okay, so no, I think it's fine. Yeah. You want that? Okay. Okay, guys. So the next topic for today is DeFi use cases. Any problem there?
Guys, I mean, if you really want to come on stage, then please make the noise. Otherwise, don't make it. Unless it's extremely urgent. If you want to talk, go outside, talk and come back. Even if you're entering the room, don't make noise. Just be silent and then sit on your seats, please. So let's carry on.
So we're going to be talking about finance. Finance as it is done in decentralized world. Okay? So now let me ask you a question. So from the previous session, when we had our earlier speaker, he briefly touched about some finance concepts, DeFi concepts. Did you guys take note of that? Yeah? So what do you guys understand by decentralized finance? Let me ask you first. Anybody? See, I think one thing that I have noticed that we need to have more and more participation in the discussion. That's how you make things more interesting. That's how the learning, increases. Otherwise, what happens if it becomes a monologue, then, the learning becomes slow. So, what did you understand from that with respect to DeFi? Who can take a shot? Okay, go ahead. Give the microphone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
DeFi means decentralized forms of traditional financial systems like money, loaning, etc. Simply put, that's what
Very
I
good.
understood.
I think it has much more, but then yeah, a good attempt. Please acknowledge it. So, okay, so before we get into decentralized finance, let us talk about finance, like as it happens in the centralized world. I mean, you guys are familiar with that, right? What is the most important vehicle in finance? Money, right? What are the different purposes? Yeah, we'll go to saving. But what are the different purposes money solves, money gives? Go ahead. Let there be one person with the mic in that side, please.
Yeah.
So, so money, what all purposes does money solve? Savings is not a purpose. I mean, you can save money, that's fine, but then what all purposes?
Sir,
I mean,
trading, sir.
sorry?
Trading.
Trading.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Trading. Okay. What else? You were saying something? Daily needs. Right. Very good point. Okay. Sorry? Deepak, have one person in that area with microphone. Okay. Yeah, please use microphone because I can't hear you otherwise.
Foreign assets.
Hello?
Reserving the foreign assets. Reserving the foreign assets.
right? Livelihood, okay?
Loans.
Healthcare,
Loans.
clothes, all the daily needs, that's what she talked about. Janvi talked about. Sri Sai talked about. See, such a loud voice. Good. So, look, there are primarily many things. So, money solves some basic functions. The first function is store of value. Means if you keep money, that is you are storing a value, right? That's very important point of view. Then another is basically your medium of exchange. What does it mean? Medium of exchange. If you go and want to buy something, then you need to give your money and you will get your stuff, right? If you want to exchange something with, if you want to give some money to somebody in lieu of some services from that person, then you give money, right? Like the way you kind of say, for example, gardener comes to your house, or you give some money to tailor, for example, right? All these are basically, money is used for exchanging value, right? And of course, third is basically little more accounting unit. It's also a way to represent unit of accounts. Okay. Now, why am I telling all these things? Because of course, like I told you earlier, I have worked maybe over 25 years in finance in different ways. I have also done CFA. If you have anybody have learned, know about CFA, it's a Chartered Financial Analyst, one of the best finance certifications. I have done level 1 for that. So I can help you understand finance. And before I get deeper into this, I wanted you to understand, get the context of what we are doing here. Why is DeFi becoming so important? Because of disintermediation. Now you can do all these functions without having a central entity sitting on your head. Now what could be better? In fact, I went to one of the banks, and I will not name them, but then I went to them, and then I was frustrated with the way they were servicing. And I lost my temper, and I told them that, guys, you will be out of your business very soon. And then he was shocked, surprised, what are you saying? I asked him, have you heard of blockchain? He didn't hear about this. I said, that's how it happens. Now, any of these ambassadors go outside, don't shout, don't fight. But but you understand. Do you guys understand blockchain now? No, I mean, very feeble voice. Right? And I was telling Deepak some time back that this world is amazing. This world is really amazing. Let me tell you straight away. DeFi has shown the promise. And let me say how it started. So there are several protocols. There is a website called coinmarketcap.com. Any of you have heard of that? Yeah, please spend a lot of time on that website. Please do spend a lot of time on that website. That will tell you everything what is happening in this space. So, first, now understand that point. Many of these things you may not be able to connect now, but all these things are interrelated. The earlier speaker talked about yield farming. Did you guys hear that? Farming, staking, it's not like the conventional farming that you do. How do you get yield? Yield means whatever you put money, what return you are getting in the simplest form, right? So the first application that came here, basically, there were two, in fact, one of the best projects. They were built on Ethereum. They were Aave and Compound. Have you heard of their name? Aave, A-A-V-E, and Compound. Okay, you go to, for example, if you go to CoinMarketCap, there are other websites also like CoinGecko. There are many websites. Go and find them, what exactly these guys are doing. So the business logic was very simple. In conventional banking, and I have talked about this in my earlier sessions, that how does a bank work?
Bank has got very simple philosophy of keeping people's deposit, and I'm oversimplifying it, by the way, keeping people's deposit, giving them some interest, right? You get some interest if you keep your, somebody talked about saving. Who talked about saving? Somebody talked about saving, right? So you keep your money in the bank, bank will give you some interest. And where will the bank, from where will the bank give you interest? Because bank has to get higher interest than what it is paying you, correct? How do they do that? By giving loans, right? So model is very simple. But what happens in the conventional finance world, they keep a lot of money in between for themselves. That becomes the problem. How much is the interest rate right now? 10, 11%? I don't know, depending on what kind of loan you are taking. How much are they giving you in your normal bank, bank account, saving account? 4%, something like that? Huge money. Now, one thing that you have to understand, that all these projects, protocols, what we talk about, these guys are also doing something very similar where they ask people to put their money, okay, and they will lend from that pool, right? And there are different ways. There are tokens being created. I think if I go into that detail, then you will get confused here right now. So let's keep it simple. We still have some time. We still have 3 days to go. We'll clarify some of those things slowly and slowly. But let me go in a way where you understand things progressively, right? So what happens that people put their money back, money into the project. How do they do that? They do it by going for staking, right? You stake your tokens. Now that, depending upon what kind of tokens do you really want to deposit in the project, that depends on what kind of token you are, what kind of currency or cryptocurrency you are depositing there. You could have Bitcoin, you could have, what else? Give me some names. Ether, right? Dogecoin, I hear that. So now there is something called, and then you can go for borrowing money also from the project. What do you do when you borrow money from the project? You go and borrow, that's it, right? So what do you do in that? So if you are borrowing money, basically, you know, you have to put a collateral. Understand that point? When you are borrowing money from a bank, I mean crypto bank, then you have to put some collateral to withdraw money. Then we'll say, okay, then if I need money, if I have to put some collateral, why will I borrow then? What is the necessity of borrowing? Because if you maybe, if say for example you have got Bitcoin and you need some other currency, for example, what will you do? What are the choices do you have? One choice you have is go and sell your Bitcoin and buy Ether, right? But then if you are very bullish about the Bitcoin's possibilities in future, then do you really want to do that? No, you don't want to do that, right? But then what you do, you go and put your Bitcoin in a staking pool kind of thing, and you stake your Bitcoin, and then maybe in return of that, they will give you whatever currency you really want. Or they will give you some other currency which you can go and exchange in other places, right? Is it making sense to you guys so far? No? Making sense or no? Okay. So now when we are talking about all these things, then something which is very interesting that comes here is exchange. Where do you go and buy and sell these things? In normal world, where do you go and do? You go to banks, you can withdraw money, right? You can go and, if you are going to a Forex bank where you go and put your other country's currency, you can get Indian rupees, you can buy, you do all of that, right? In crypto, or say for example, that is one way to look at it. And second is basically, if you are looking at these cryptocurrencies and tokens as an asset, then where do you go and sell these things and buy these assets? In exchanges. Have you heard of exchanges? BSC, NSC, right? NASDAQ, right? All those exchanges where these scripts are exchanged. Now, similar to that, in crypto, there are also exchanges. We talked about that. So there are primarily 2 types of exchanges. The first type is called centralized exchange, and the second type is called Obviously, decentralized exchange, which we also call DEXs. Okay, what is the difference between these two, centralized and decentralized? One at a time? Yeah, go ahead, who is saying somewhere? Yeah, what is the difference between centralized and decentralized exchange? Very simple answer. Centralized exchanges are centralized and decentralized exchanges are decentralized. I mean, that is true, by the way. But then let's go deeper into that. So in centralized exchanges, what happens? There will be an entity.
Centralized is operated by some institution like Coinbase or Bitcoin ATMs, whereas a decentralized app is which is not operated by anyone. For example, if I want to transfer amount in a decentralized way, I can, for example, you and me, I can directly send you without any authority of someone. Decentralized.
Excellent. From where this voice is coming? Which side? Okay, so first you stand up, tell your name and standing up. Okay. So yeah, please tell your name. Yeah, I think you are far behind, right? Yes. What is your name?
Vasanta Lakshmi, sir.
Vasanta Lakshmi, very good explanation. Very, very good explanation. Yeah, sit down. So now the point here is that she explained very, very beautifully where centralized exchanges are the exchanges where you are again depending upon some central entity. Is it a good thing or bad thing? In a sense, it is a bad thing. But then if you look at it like this, how do these cryptocurrencies get, connected with the real world money? There has to be some place, right? I mean, say for example, if you have to buy Bitcoin and you have to pay in rupees or dollars, where will you go and do? These exchanges only. There is no other way. Because, see, understand that point, that the money has to come in the system somewhere, right? The money elements, whatever you talk about, they have to enter into the system somewhere, right? And that's where these centralized exchanges, they, provide a lot of value. But yes, you do have a risk of, being manipulated, for sure. At the same time, when you talk about decentralized exchanges, so these exchanges, they work on program logic. How does it happen? It is little complex, but I'll just give you a little snapshot of that, what really happens in that. So what happens primarily that we create a pool of liquidity pairs. You understand liquidity? Liquidity is basically money availability at a particular place. That's called liquidity, right, in financial terms. So, for example, you created a token or currency, right, and you kept the name of that currency as something. Tell me, suggest some name. Sorry? Altcoin. Altcoin is very generic, already name used. Sorry? GBP coin. What is that? Why is that GBP? GBT. GVP, college name. Fantastic, good idea. Let's say it is GVP coin, right? Now, you need people to be able to buy this coin, GVP coin, correct? How will people do, from where will they buy? They can buy only from the centralized exchange or DEXs, right? Now, centralized exchange, it is a very difficult process to get your coin listed. They look at several things. Now, GVP is a new coin, okay? It will take some time for you to get listed in any of the centralized exchanges. Now, you can go to DEXs. So DEXs, what happens? Somebody, for example, if somebody has to buy GVP coin by paying US dollars, how will they do? You will have to create a liquidity pair there. Means, how exactly it works? Let me explain to you in a more simple way. So typically what happens, that we will create a pool, a liquidity pool of GBP and USD. And USD could be anything. USD could be USDT, US could be USDC. Now, did you guys understand the stable coins or you did not? Who understood? He has to explain. Who said yes? Okay. Give him the microphone to Deepak, to him. Can I have some volunteers all around, please, here? Yeah. Let one volunteer be there and let one volunteer be here. Yeah. What is stable coin? And why do you need a stable coin?
Stable coins are pegged with US dollar or any other currency. So while exchanging, there is a lot of price fluctuations. If we use any of the stable coins, then we will ensure that the price will be stay at the same point.
Good explanation. Sit down. Anybody else wants to explain stable coin? Yeah, please go ahead. Give the microphone to him.
Well, for example, like Bitcoin, we can see that the prices is continuously fluctuating. But if we take the example of a stable coin like USD, the price will be standardized to like say $1 per one coin, say. Then we can easily, it is very easy to exchange. Like if we give $1, we can get one Bitcoin, one USDC.
Absolutely.
So it is really easy to exchange. And
excellent, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it is easy to store. Like we can easily store it.
Little disagreement on your last line. I'll come to that. Okay, anybody else? Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, I did not see you last time. You want to take a shot? What do you understand by stable coins?
Sir, I think stable coins are like the reference coins, like fiat money, like which can be expressed as euros, dollars, like a tether, which can be expressed in United States dollars. I think that.
Yeah, no,
Like
I think
Bitcoin,
you all are correct. Thank you. Sit down. See, stable coins, what happens? And that example was given by our earlier speaker also. That say, for example, if somebody pays you in Bitcoin, okay? You did some work and you got 2 Bitcoin as your payment. Now the question arises, will you keep that or will you spend that? Will you keep that Bitcoin or will you spend that Bitcoin? Sorry? Depends on what? No, how do you predict the future price? Are you Sanjay of Mahabharata who knows the future? How would you know the future? So let's not go into future. I'm saying I gave you 5 Bitcoin for doing something. Will you keep it or will you spend it? Why? Tomorrow it may go further down. How do you know? In a stock market, past never predicts the future. Right, Dhruv? Past never predicts the future. So now that is the dilemma. I am putting this question to you because this is a dilemma. Everybody is confused. Now, for example, if he keeps the money and tomorrow it goes down, then he is in a problem. If you spend it and tomorrow suddenly it becomes too high, then also you are in problem. That is where, if you remember, I talked about the purposes that money solves. I talked about 3 purposes. One was store of value. Second was medium of exchange. You do that, right? You exchange money. Third is unit of accounts. Now this is what I am talking about, is finance thing. But if you look at Bitcoin, Bitcoin is a wonderful store of value. And like you said, gentlemen, that yes, it could go and it will go up. But you never know. But still, store of value is fantastic for Bitcoin. But people hesitate in spending it because they don't know. And that is what is the problem of most of these cryptocurrencies, because values are so unpredictable. There only the concept came, why can't we do something why can't we do something which keeps the value of a currency pegged to something which is fixed? This could be 1 euro, this could be 1 USD, it could be 1 INR, or it could be anything. That is where stable coin got created. Did you understand stable coin now? No? Do I need to explain it again? Everything I am asking you saying yes, sir. Do I need to explain it again? Yes, sir. Okay. So the point what I am trying to get at is that these cryptocurrencies are extremely volatile. These are bad examples of medium of exchange. You cannot. Right? In early days, if you really go and look back into the history of finance and money, you will see people used to use shells as currency. Shells. Have you heard of that? In many places, they used to use shell, very rare shell or different kind of shell. They were used as currencies. Right? So the point is that if you are not comfortable spending the money of these cryptocurrencies, then what you do, you basically go and keep it, hoard it, right? And then there are of course different complications that arise from that. So in order to come up with something which really can be used as a medium of exchange, where now one stable coin which is pegged to $1 US, do you mind spending that? If you have one stable coin which is equivalent to $1 US, do you mind spending that? No, because you know tomorrow also value will be $1 US only, or 99 cents or 1.01. That's it, right? It cannot become $100, right? Or can it? No, right? That was, see, the point is one of the things you have to understand, that these currencies need to change hand in any market. Be it normal conventional market, there also, if money does not move, then there is a problem, right? Money moves, economy moves. Understood? That is where the industry came up with a term called stable coin, where the price is stabilized by several mechanisms. I'll not go into that because that is a very, very deep subject in itself. But there are different ways in which you go and stabilize the value of the stable coin. What are the examples? We talked about Tether, right? USDC. Tether was called USDT. Tether, then USDC, then you have got DAI, then Binance USD. There are several. One of them, infamous one, was UST also, which was from Terra Luna. Have you heard of that? Big crash. So what happens? There are different ways to stabilize a stable coin. In fact, we have written some white paper on this, in one of the projects. So there are different ways to stabilize these, stable coins. So one of the ways is to keep, if you are issuing $1 stable coin in the market, if you are issuing $1 stable coin in the market, then what you do, you go and keep $1 in a bank, in a fixed deposit or somewhere. Okay? Do you understand this? This is called collateralized, stabilization, where you keep the $1 in the bank and then say, I am releasing 1 USDC or 1 USDT. Make sense? Then what can happen? What worse can happen? The system collapses, for example. Everybody comes and says, why give me my money? I want my dollar back. You'll go to bank, give the money. Right? Any problem so far? That's how you stabilize it. There are pegging mechanisms. So let's not get into pegging mechanism. But the second way to do is that, how does the value of money get some value in the real life? Sorry? Yeah, it's basically interest rate, demand, supply, consumption. All these things are the factors, right? And then your central reserve banks, they have a lot of, monetary instruments that they use, right? to control the value of this, their currencies. For example, Indian rupees or US dollars, they are monetary instruments. They, there are different ways in which you can do that. You expand the market, monetary, you contract the market, you pull the money back from the market, you release the money. That's how these banks do, right? So basically at the end of the day, what really happens, these are all different, different algorithms that basically is run there. Are you guys getting it? Say for example, money is losing value in any economy, right? You have got lots and lots of, currencies floating. And if you go and, there was one African country where I was reading some time back where you have to go and buy one, egg. They have to go and keep your currency in, big basket. Zimbabwe or some other country, I don't remember that, right? It's called hyperinflation. There is a term called hyperinflation. So what I'm trying to say, that how do banks control that? If they have to go and then they will, take the money out, how will they do that? They have mechanism. Or they will go and print more money if money is, currency is less, right? All those things happen. So there is a similar term in crypto, DeFi, what we do, which is called algorithmically stabilized stable coins. What does it mean? You also use different levers. Based on those levers, you go and control the value of money to just, keep it pegged to some dollars, $1 or some whatever you want to, right? But then there is a problem, and I think what the industry is looking for right now, that stabilization has to be done collateralized. Without that, people are not gaining that confidence. If you are releasing one tether, for example, or if you are releasing one stable coin, whatever, then you have to go and make sure that you collateralized it properly in such a way that if people come and ask you that give me my money, you should have enough money in the bank to give them. Like these are like exchange notes. Is it making sense so far? No? How much time do I have, Deepak? So the point is that, no, these are complex phenomena. So let's keep it simple for now. So in DeFi, what really has happened so far? 5 minutes? Or only 5 minutes? Okay, you only give me less time basically, So, so what happens basically, guys? So again, we'll talk some other time, but you have to have all these things which are important in centralized finance world. They all are happening here without having any intermediary. You want loan, you can get a loan. You want, you want to deposit money, you can stake your money. You want to earn interest, there are a lot of complexities and problems in those also. I'm not saying that everything is clean and all that. But at the same time, all these things are happening in DeFi. Right? And one most beautiful thing that I will tell you here, which is true for Web3 and blockchain, is that it's something called composability. What does composability mean? Composability means, see, it is all open source. If you are creating one application, you typically release in the market. It's not like Web2 world where you go and keep it in the vault of your bank or your, office. Nobody else can see the code. No. In Web3, you go and make it open source. Then what happens by doing that? Anybody who wants to go and build something on top of your logic, they will just go and take your logic and build on top of that. And that is what is one of the things that is pretty interesting in this space. Have you seen the Lego blocks and all that? The way you fit in things there? Very similar to that. So people who want to, so say for example, you came up with some idea, and I'll give an example. So all these lending, there are different places where you can go and put your money, earn interest, stake, you can get yield, all those things are happening. There are thousands of such applications. Now somebody came and he thought of an idea, and I was talking about that Instant app basically, What he said, okay, how should I create value on top of this? And this is the way to think of business ideas, guys. So what he said, okay, Now there are different places from where you can do different things. You have to go and, create an account on those and then maybe do, use all these different applications, right? What he said, he created an application, and that application had the capability to go and access all those different applications in the back end. Okay? He said, okay, get me the best loan. Now that application goes and looks at everything in behind, what all are available, and tells him that, look boss, you are having all these 10 things, this one is the best. Okay, you say, okay, put the money in, press the button, this contract or application goes and calls that smart contracts and then puts money there only. You get what I'm saying? This application is not showing anything. This smart contract is calling that smart contract, which is doing all those things, and puts money there only. Now this is what composability. Now those guys have allowed these guys to do that. Now that is the beauty of all these smart contracts, where you can go and call a smart contract, pass the value. It's perfectly composable system. Make sense? Now that is one of the reasons of the phenomenal growth of this industry, because people want to share. But can you go and harm that guy? No, because that guy has got his own value. There is something called TVL in the Web3 and DeFi, which is called total value locked, TVL. They already have them. In fact, by doing this, you are giving them more business. They don't mind, right? So I think with that, Deepak, I think I'll have to stop now. How much time is there for? Okay, so do you understand what I'm saying here? So this composability is very, very important thing. So we talked about, what all did we talk about? We talked about DeFi, lending. We talked about borrowing, staking, yield. We talked about stable coins, right? We talked about exchanges. Then we talked about collateralized stabilization, algorithmic stabilization. And then lastly, what we talked about just now? Composability, right? So do you get some perspective of the whole DeFi? Tell me, do you guys get some perspective of DeFi? What's happening in this space right now? One of the hottest spaces, I'm telling you. And so much can be done. And in fact, if you really see, what can happen next? Let's talk about that. Let's think about it. What can happen next? Next would happen that, all these stock exchanges, all the important scripts in the conventional stock exchanges, why can't they come here? Tokenization. Do you understand tokenization? What is tokenization? Can anybody take a shot? What is tokenization? Tokenization is nothing but giving a digital identity of anything. You create a digital identity of anything which can be owned by somebody. So for example, this can be tokenized. Land pieces can be tokenized. Beautiful pieces of artwork can be tokenized. Now these would be tokenized into some identity which will be called as non-fungible tokens in most of the time, most of the cases. Right? So you do tokenization. And once you do tokenization, then what happens? All the real world assets, they start getting their place in the digital Web3 world. Now these NFTs could be, for example, now we'll have another speaker who will talk about NFTs and games, where we're having a very interesting speaker talk about me. But then the beauty here is that you create your own metaverse. In those metaverses, you create your assets, which are, for example, imagine if you are buying some expensive shoes. You buy that expensive shoe for 20,000 rupees or 1 lakh rupee. And then you are also given an NFT. Now it will come here. Yes. Okay, so basically, so what we're talking about, that you buy those shoes and you are given an NFT equivalent of that shoe, which you can use in the digital world. There are several metaverses. There are, you have your own avatars. You can make those avatars wear these shoes, right? So there are several applications. And if you really see, if you ask me, now I think, yeah, if the dog is gone, then we can focus here. Still there? Yes, sir. What happened? Close the door. No? Close the door, guys. So if you really look at it, yeah, if you really look at it, DeFi use cases, NFTs, games, metaverses, all these things are not separate. They all are working in a tandem in a very, very integrated fashion. And everything is fueled by the underlying blockchain. So it's very beautiful. We'll talk again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Praveen sir. So we'll continue working on the blockchain use cases, and the next session also covers the same subject. We'll just begin the next session in 30 seconds.
Okay, guys. Yeah, please settle in, like Deepak says. So now we have our next speaker, Mr. Alek Johari. Alek Johari comes with, huge experience in Web3, and he has founded a company called NMOI Solution. They are into creating, they have made NFT creation easy. And I'll let Alek talk about them. Alek and I, we have met in one of the panels where Alek and I, we both were speakers there. And, I really, appreciate his depth of the subject. I really appreciate his knowledge of the subject and his insights. So Alek, if you can hear me, we, IBC Media, myself, Praveen Thakur, we welcome you to this forum. And we have a house full of, exciting and enthusiastic students, developers from Vizag. And everybody is, very keenly waiting for you to talk and listen to you. So guys, give him a round of applause.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Hello, everybody. Just a quick mic check. Is it okay? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, Alek, we can hear you.
Fantastic.
Stage is yours. Yeah.
Oh, wow. That is an amazing audience. Hello, students. How are you? Charged up for today? Hello, hello, hello. I can see you, in the camera. Fantastic. It's all right. Make some noise. You guys are students. I used to make too much of noise. I can't hear you. That's how we share the energy, right? Fantastic, fantastic. All right. Can you guys see my presentation? If just a quick show of hands will work. If can you see my presentation? Just raise your hands. Okay, so I see a few thumbs. Oh, fantastic! That is awesome. All right. It's a pleasure being here. Thank you so much. Praveen and IBC Media and Gayatri Vidya Parishad College. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Praveen was shared earlier. We had a mutual I would say camaraderie among each other. We were part of a panel talking about products in Web3. So it's fantastic. It's a new space, and I'm very happy that there is a lot of interest from people from colleges and the overall student community in it to talk about it, learn about it, and go ahead with it. So fantastic. I am ready to start if you can see my presentation, and then we can begin in a minute. Okay, cool. So right now, can you just see the blue part, the blue presentation, right? That's all what you should be seeing. Is that okay? Hello, hello. Can you hear me? I can't. Guys, it has to be very much feedback driven. So you say something, you raise your hands, you nod, you clap, you shout. So that's why I know, you are actually listening to me. All right. Okay. So you should be able to see only the blue presentation, which shows my photograph, and the topic for today. Is that all what you see? Yes, no, maybe? Okay, cool, fantastic. All right, Praveen, I am ready to begin whenever you are ready.
Yeah, Alec, we can start. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you very much. Cool. So again, thank you very much everybody for coming in today's session. So we talk about functional use cases in blockchain. I could join say a few minutes earlier so I could hear, like Praveen explaining to you what DeFi does, and I'm sure he's a master at it, so he could have explained it much better. I will talk about the use cases other than DeFi primarily, so which is NFT, metaverses, games, and there are several others, smart contracts, DAOs, and stuff like that. All right. So like I said, so this is going to be a very engaging session, and it's not going to be about not one-sided. Obviously, I cannot understand all 300 of you, talking together, but it'll be great. We'll take some questions at the end. If you, with a show of hands, if you want to ask a question, somebody can, pass the mic around as well. Also, if you have a pen and paper handy or a laptop or a, phone notepad, if you want to take notes, it's going to be very insightful for you. And as usual, we'll take a lot of questions at the end. Who am I? My name is Alek, and I have close to 19 years now of experience. I have worked with multicultural teams. I have traveled to around 23 to 25 odd countries and worked with different, the best of the talent in those countries. You can think about all the best of the best. So I worked on projects like Olympic, FIFA. I mean, these are just few of them, that I've worked with. So I was there. I'll show you some photographs as well from there. I'm a founder of Animo Solution, which is a Web3 design and a development agency. So what we do is, we create a metaverses, NFT marketplaces, applications on blockchain and stuff like that. I'll be happy to connect with all of you on LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook. I go by the same name, Alek Johari. So if you want to, just connect and ask questions thereon, I'll be happy to do that. Yeah, so I'm also a partner at Phoenix Digital Studio, which is a design and a design studio basically. We do a lot of cool stuff there. So this is some of photographs from few sessions I had done. So this is with a big event in Taiwan I had done a few years ago about blue screen, green screen, and virtual reality, augmented reality, and stuff like that. So this is one of my famous trips from New York. So you see all these bikes, these nice choppers. So all the boys would understand, most of the boys would understand that. So this was an exhibition in New York, about choppers. So they were kind enough to allow me to take a photograph with them. So this is again from a quick trip from FIFA World Cup. So they had a very interesting, how do I say it, program where every team was presented by a particular animal. So that's why you have, these tigers, the owls, and, all of them with their trainers. Anyway, so let's go ahead and let's start with the today's show, today's session rather, with the functional use cases of blockchain. Cool. So first of all, I want to understand how many of you, during these sessions, how many of you know what is blockchain? A simple show of hands will work. Don't be shy. I know the people sitting in the front might be shy. Don't be shy. Get over your shyness. This is nobody's judging you here. Forget all of that. Don't look left and right. It doesn't matter who knows or who doesn't know. If you are the only one who knows about it, just go ahead and raise your hand. Fantastic. So what we'll do is, because we want to talk about brief, the way I do is, I just do a quick summary of what the core technology is, and then we go with the use cases. So what is blockchain? In a nutshell, blockchain is a ledger, right? As simple as that. It's a ledger of records of transactions which exists on obviously it's not on a single computer, it is on multiple computers on the internet. So it is, so what happens is on Web3, blockchain is the foundation layer. So without blockchain, and it was introduced by 2009 by Satoshi Nakamoto, nobody knows who that person is, in the form of Bitcoin. And I'm sure most of you would have heard of Bitcoin. How many of you have crypto wallets? Let's have a quick understanding of that. Any of you have a crypto wallet? Oh yes, fantastic, lot of them. Nice. So obviously, I think we're going to have a fantastic session because you understand what I'm going to talk about. At least the basic fit. So which is very important. The ABCs are important to make sentences. And that's how we're beginning. Fantastic. Thank you very much. All right. So let's go to the next point. So see, what happens is, what we'll take is, what are different types of blockchains. So you have public blockchain, private blockchain, and hybrid blockchain. What happens inside it? So what happens is, in a public blockchain, there is no central authority. Anyone can participate in it. In a private blockchain, you have access to authorized personnel only, and it is operated in a closed network. For example, in the college that you're in, and you want to go ahead and make sure that there's a blockchain implemented, and all your say mark sheets or your certificates and everything in the form of NFTs, we'll talk about that a little later as well, is operated on that blockchain. So what your college could do is create a private blockchain within the environment of the premises and make it much more secure and immutable. Immutable, why? Because nobody can actually go ahead and change once it is already stored there. Fantastic. And hybrid is as what the name says, is a combination of public and a private blockchain, and there's both permissionless and a permission-based systems which are used in a hybrid blockchain. Anyone knows there's a fourth type of blockchain as well? How many of you know about it? Just a simple show of hands. Just raise, like one hand, two hands, stand up, that there's another type of blockchain. Okay, so now if you don't know, just raise a hand. Oh, fantastic. Okay, cool. So what's happened is, so the other type of blockchain is called a consortium blockchain. All right. So what happens is, it is a type of a blockchain which is a semi-decentralized network in which members are not really granted to a single entity. It is granted to a group of individuals or nodes. So it offers network security that public chains don't. So it's like, you have say 10 people in your network administration team, and you want to give 10 those, and 10 maybe from the student community and probably from the teacher community access to that. Just a hypothetical example, just to understand, it's a group of people who get access to it. All right. The advantage again here is the higher level of privacy, more centralized, but the challenge here is again immune to monopoly. So what if those 30 people, say, okay, let's go and control that. There's a pros and cons of both sides of it, but this is also what a lot of organizations try and go ahead and follow. All right. Validation is carried out by known and recognized members of a small network of nodes, removing the threat of a 51% assault. So rule breakers are easily detected here and lose more than they gain from their dishonesty. So being honest is very important here. The negative sides of it are maybe vulnerable to nefarious players who would want full control. Like, there are a lot of people who want to come together and want a full control. So launching a new consortium blockchain is challenging, as sometimes one needs to get all parties on the same page, like everybody, like, the 30 people we talked about, on the same page to go ahead and, being willing to launch a consortium blockchain. So sometimes there can be fights regarding collaboration, everybody wants their point to be heard. So that's why the fourth consortium blockchain. All right, fantastic. Let's. Okay, till now, raise of hands. Are you getting it? Yes. I told you, it's going to be an interactive session. I would have asked you to do a lot more things, had I been there in person. But online, I would still want, a lot of, interaction happening. Fantastic. So now examples of blockchains. This is maybe you want to take a note of that. So public blockchain, I think most of you would know Bitcoin, Ethereum. All right. Private is enterprise Ethereum, and Hyperledger is an example of private. And there's another example for hybrid is IBM Food Trust. All right, IBM Food Trust and XDC. So what happens is the idea of IBM Food Trust, why it's a hybrid is they aim to improve efficiency throughout the whole food supply chain. So it is a network where everyone, say starting from farmers, wholesalers, distributors, and others take part. So everybody in the supply chain takes part. So XDC is one of, again, those projects that take advantage of both public and a private blockchain. It is created by and managed by a Singapore-based company called Zinfin, XINFIN. All right. Cool. So I hope that gave you a little example of what those blockchains are. So then there are different layers of blockchains. All right. So till now, what we all discussed till now is kind of an L1 blockchain. So there are some obviously challenges with L1 blockchain. So L1 is Bitcoin, Terra, Ethereum, Solana, and there are a lot of new ones which are coming in now, right? And so you can take notes from what I'm speaking also, but I think this presentation will be available to all of you once this is done. That's how it has been created. So anything that you see on screen will be available to. Right, Praveen? I think, is that correct?
Yes, Alec, that is true.
Fantastic. So that will be great, so you guys can mention your notes. Because what happens is, we talk a lot and say a few things which might not be there on the presentation. That's why it's important to take notes, and you can, tally both together later. All right. So some challenges about L1 blockchains like high gas fees, slower transaction time. The minimum time for a Bitcoin transaction takes, say, from about a few seconds to about 2 minutes. And I think there has been a record, what I've understood, from the time when I was making this presentation is the maximum it has taken is about 6 hours and 2 minutes to create or for a one full Bitcoin transaction. I'll not get into, how the transaction takes place. I'm sure you would be aware of it by now. And if you're not, you can just go ahead and, have a quick Google search in it. So for Ethereum, on an average, it usually takes anywhere between 15 seconds to 5 minutes to process Ethereum transactions, depending upon the amount of you pay as a transaction fee or network congestion at that time. Excuse me. So when a lot of NFTs came into the picture because of Ethereum, once they introduced the smart contract, so that's where sometimes the congestion can be high, and depending upon geography to geography as well. So the average gas fees at ETH is sometimes it can go to $40 as well, and yeah. Oh, sorry. I think I arranged too much. Yeah. So it was on May 1st, 2022, recorded highest average daily gas cost of $196, $196.638. All right. Cool. So how many of you know about L2 blockchains? Quick show of hands. Yes, no, maybe. Do you know about L2 blockchains? So what we talked about was L1. So Ethereum, Solana and all those are level 1 blockchains. L1 blockchains is what they're called. So now we go into L2 blockchains. The L2 blockchains is Polygon, Bitcoin Lightning Network, Parasite, Arbitrum. These are just few of them. Once you Google search, now there are tons of them. I just, picked up the ones that are kind of a little famous, like we work on Polygon a lot. So, that's, and Bitcoin obviously is there. So one of the reasons for the development of L2, so see, everything that you'll hear is solving a problem. Being students, you have to understand that any career that you take, that any business that you create, or any company that you join, what problem is that solving, right? In the real world scenario. Once you understand that bit, it's going to be super, super helpful for all of you to go ahead and, make a mark in the industry. So the reason, one of the reasons for development for L2 was L1, kind of blockchains like Ethereum took care of security and data availability. So L2 blockchains like Polygon and the ones that you see on the screen took care of the speed and scalability, right? Speed means, faster transaction. Faster transaction means less gas fees, right? And scale up. So if you want to put multiple projects at the same time, they can auto, have a scale like that as well. So again, L2s are used for creating DeFi, dApps, writing smart contracts. So Ethereum was the, blockchain which started by giving the ability to write smart contracts. We'll talk a little bit about that now as well. All right. So before we move ahead, simple question: is it clear till now what we've discussed or not? Guys and girls, yes, no, maybe. Show of hand, show of yes, 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 fantastic. So yeah, fantastic. It's always amazing, when you get feedback and understand, especially online. It has to be more energy. Maybe I could jump from my chair and be in front of you guys. That's the amount of energy that I have right now. So it's amazing. Thank you so much. Let's move on. All right. So you got some understanding about what is cryptocurrency, right? So cryptocurrencies are nothing but it's a digital cash for Web3 and is not controlled by any government or a bank per se. So crypto uses blockchain technology to record how much currency is available and who owns how much of it. All right. So there are different examples of cryptocurrencies. I don't need to get into those because I have a lot of things to cover. We just at the second point, we have 8 or 9 points to cover. All right. Anytime somebody doesn't understand, please raise a hand or we could talk about it. So types of cryptocurrencies. So utility token, security token, payment token, exchange token, non-fungible tokens, DeFi tokens, stable coins, asset-backed coins, and privacy tokens. Maybe you want to take a note of that. There are tons of examples for all of that. So utility token example is Funfair, basic attention token, brick block, Timmy coin. Security token example is SIA funds, BCAP, again, blockchain capital, science blockchain. Payment token is Monero, Ethereum, Bitcoin, so we do payment transaction. I think these are the most famous ones. So they are the different exchange tokens. So Binance coin, BNB coin, Gemini, OKB, OKS exchange, KuCoin token, Uni token, and quite a lot of them. NFTs, again, we'll talk a little more detail about NFTs. So that's non-fungible tokens. Excuse me. So there's an example of Logan Paul's video clips and stuff like that. Examples of decentralized finances, finance tokens is Solana, Chainlink, Uniswap, Polkadot, Aave, some of them. Stable coins is something which is very interesting because it is pegged against fiat currency, right? So or tethered, that's the term that we usually use, right? So which is backed by 1:1 ratio with USD, same as TrustD, Gemini dollar, USDC, that's USD coin, Paxos, Kitco Gold, Tether, tons of examples that you can find now. And then there are asset-backed tokens as well. So some are oil coin, which tokenizes barrels of oil held in reserve, petroleum coin, the energy web token, EWT is it's famously called. And privacy tokens are Monero, Zcash, Dash, Horizon, Beam, Verge, and several others, right? Do you want me to repeat, the kind of tokens, or are we good? The examples. What is important is for you to do a lot of research, understand these kind of tokens, and then probably do a little quick research on Google. Because if we start talking a lot into these particular tokens, I'm afraid I will not be able to cover the whole of it. Are we in agreement till now? Show of hands. Are we in agreement? Yes. Don't be lazy. I'm sure you have good lunch, right? Yes, fantastic. I can see the backbenchers. Nice. I was a backbencher in my school, so don't worry. It's always good. You keep shuffling, front to the back. And then again to the front. Fantastic. All right. So let's go to the next one. Okay. So other uses initial coin offerings. It's a simple, statement. So ICO, I'm sure we all have heard about IPOs. That's initial public offering. So what happens is when a company wants to, go public and they want to have pick up some money from the public to fund their activities, and they see that they have a lot of traction with the, the audience, like the people in India, we've recently had the Paytm IPO and several other IPOs. So it's a similar to that. So ICO is the crypto world's equivalent of an IPO. Companies use this as a way to raise funds, to launch a new coin, product or service. Some are legit and some are fraudulent. That's why you see highlighted in, in the written in red is do your due diligence before investing in any ICO, because that is where, you actually invest money. So what happens is, and there are a lot of examples as well, that where people have been, uh, the idea of was to do a fraud and, kind of then take money and then kind of run away. So it is always important. Please don't do this only because, my friend is doing or my somebody is doing. Do your due diligence. And if you find something which is, something shady, so then you go ahead and, try and protect your friends and family before investing in it. So that's kind of very important. A few ICOs, what I also want to say is, a few ICOs like initial coin offerings have yielded returns also for investors. Numerous others have turned out to be fraudulent or performed poorly. So it's kind of important to have that understanding of, and if you don't understand too much about finance, please ask an expert. It is always there are tons of the experts who know their work, right? Not only the ones who only say that we know about it. That's a kind of a thing that you need to do and due diligence on. Currently, ICOs are mostly unregulated, so investors must exercise high degree of caution and diligence when researching and investing. All right. Are we good? We'll not invest without thinking, without doing our due diligence. Yes. It's important. You have to start thinking about investments. If not now, maybe, a few years down the line. Create nice wealth. All right. So another example is decentralized apps. So as the name says that there is no single owner of this app. So example, like you use a current platform where you're hosting your documents, like could be Google, Microsoft or any, because most of them are on cloud. And if they shut, they say, okay, sorry, we are closing this division. What do I do? I'm left with nothing. So dApps are working to take care of this problem through a blockchain. So they are, kind of based on blockchain, and that's why it's called decentralized, not a single owner, not a single authority. Example is Arcane Docs. You guys can go Google search. There are tons of them now. So again, so what it's also, it's like digital applications that run on blockchain network of computers instead of relying on a single computer. Again, so Aave is one of the most famous dApps in the DeFi world. It is an open source liquidity protocol, if you want to just study about that, providing users with complete transparency, right? It allows users to lend, borrow, stake, and earn interest on deposits. Again, DYOR. All clear to now? What I'm asking you is I have to understand if things are clear to you, getting clear. Okay, so I see a little bit of enthusiasm going down. I'm sure it'll come up when we talk about metaverse and games. All right, so smart contracts. You're all smart programmers. So smart contract is a program built on a blockchain which executes when a predetermined conditions are met. So they can act as a basis of your transaction on blockchain. So it was initiated, smart contracts came into being on Ethereum, SRC 721, 1155, and there are several others now. Token standards used for deploying smart contracts on blockchain. So again, applications include financial purposes like trading, investing, anybody who's dealing in NFTs. So they can be used for applications in gaming, healthcare, real estate. We'll talk a little tons of about them, about NFTs as well. All right. So this is again a very important one. So you might hear a lot of DAOs coming on. So it's called a decentralized autonomous organization. Simply put, it is a community-led organization without any central authority. All right. All decisions are taken through consensus or voting, and not just by one or two people. So example, so say all 300 of you want to start a DAO, or say, or maybe half of you want to start a DAO. So then what happens is, if there are 150 people, so they will take that decision who are active participants, or so there are different consensus mechanism. So the example that I've given is LAO. It's an investment DAO. There are other DAOs as well. So there's a super team DAO, and there's Arch DAO. These are which I also follow, and part of their communities. It's a very autonomous and a transparent way, and they're all governed by smart contracts. So if a smart contract says, so if you do voting and you get to hear about, how do I say it? You want to take a decision. For example, I have made this presentation in blue and yellow, that's our kind of company colors. But if you want to make it a DAO and say, let's change the color of the company, color of the branding, right? So in the DAO, if there are 150 members and all of you are part of that, so we'll do a voting. So somebody will say, so we'll have a proposal. What colors? Say red, green, orange, yellow. Or yellow is there, like as a base color, or maybe black or white. So then you could vote, and all of you will become a part of that voting system. So you will have that say as part of the DAO, and steer it in a different direction, right? So if everybody says let's make it red and yellow, or yellow, or orange black, or whatever, green white, so then that decision will come from the organization and the community members. And all this is done on blockchain, and that's the reason I have that as an example here. All right. And the code can obviously be publicly audited for smart contracts. All right. Anything new? So how many of you did not know about DAOs till now? Just raise your hand that you learned about DAO right now in this session. Raise your hands. So everybody knew about DAOs. Is that what I'm getting? Which is fantastic, if all of you knew about DAO. Great. How many of you are planning to start a DAO? Quick show of hands. I can see smiley faces. I want to see hands. Okay, somebody saying, okay, sir, maybe. Fantastic, it's all right. Cool. All right, so again, NFTs, the most famous of the tokens, NFTs have given whole new freedom to artists. NFTs is one of the pillars, or I would say, foundations of Web3. That's what, people start talking about it. That is how I got to know, a lot about NFTs. I got to know about blockchain NFTs when Gary Vaynerchuk started talking about these a few years ago. All right. So that's how I started getting involved with NFT and Web3. I don't trade too many NFTs, but it's the the technology and the design sides of it is what we work on. So NFT is again one of the pillars of foundations of Web3. NFT can be understood as something which is unique or not like any other. Example is your thumbprint, your face, any painting or a music piece. So all of us look different. Even twins, they look slightly different. All right. So that's where NFTs become a very unique proposition. All right. So how many of you know what NFTs, like non-fungible tokens? Not what you've heard about it. How many of you know as an understood what an NFT is? Quick show of hands. How many of you understood about NFTs? Or from previously, it doesn't matter, as long as you've understood it. Not as a, okay, so how many of you know what a fungible token is? Okay, I can see some hands going up. Fantastic. So it will be easier for people who understand fungible tokens will understand non-fungible tokens. So fungible is if you have a 100 rupee note, I have a 100 rupee note, and both of us exchange, right? So the value of the 100 rupee doesn't change. Even if you sometimes, crush it, keep it in your wallet or in your pocket and it gets, so the 100 rupee note would still remain a 100 rupee note. So that's what fungible means. Even if it is exchanged, it is available with everybody. So most of you will have a 100 rupee note or 500 or a 2000 rupee note, right? So the currency is fungible. So non-fungible is something which is very unique. So if I create an artwork, like there, so Salvador Dali created an art piece, right? Or Vincent van Gogh created an art piece, or M.F. Hussain, the traditional Tayyab Mehta created an art piece. So those are even, unique, very individual pieces of art. Same way your handwriting, your thumb impression, the eye. So all these are non-fungible because even if we swap our eyes, the color and all those uniqueness will go with them. They cannot be the same thing, right? So that's what non-fungible token is. Okay. So how many of you know what this is? Just a quick raise of hands. How many of you know what this is? Okay, I can see a few hands. All right. So everybody is looking. भाई किसको पता है? कौन है वो जिसको पता है ये? I'm okay. You okay with Hindi, right? A little bit of Hindi is okay with you, right? Just trying to get that effect. So you're trying to figure out, who's that? What is this? So okay. So what this is? So this is the first 5,000 days drawings by a guy called Mike Winkelmann, known as Beeple, right? So this was a major. This has been a major milestone for artists, as this was the first purely digital NFT artwork, which was auctioned at a major auction house. And you know how much it was sold for? Anybody knows how much it was sold for? It's okay. It doesn't matter if you don't know. But if you know, please raise your hand, even if you're the only one. It was sold for $69 million. Yeah, I know. I can see some people go, oh, ye kaise? You know? So this was sold for 69 point some million dollars. So if you do a simple conversion, so current dollar rate is 80 rupees and $1 is about 1 million is about 8 crore rupees. So now do the maths. You're all engineers, smart people there. So that's what it was sold for. The first NFT, All right. So now let's quickly go through some use cases of NFT. So NFTs gave, like I said, NFTs represent a global market. It is very easy for everybody to go ahead and, kind of take care of it. It forms the foundation of creator economy. For any creator, what happens is if you, create content on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, whatever, you don't really get the money that you could by sharing your content, right? So as somebody shared, a very, very big statistics yesterday about TikTok. So somebody with millions of followers, millions of, 100,000s of engagement per month, they get about $3 or $5 or $10, something like that. So I don't have that exact figure. I wish I had taken a snapshot of that. So what happens is, what NFTs give you is, so you are an artist, you are an engineer, you want to create a patent, and you want that, that to be available with everybody, but you should also be compensated for it. So all that can be done from here through NFTs. So it says foundation for creator economy, payback for loyalty, store medical records. How many times, we say that, medical records are lost. So what happens is, from the hospital, they can, give you, whenever, there's a baby taking birth. So the birth certificate can be an NFT for hospitals. From colleges, all your degrees can be NFTs. So what happens is, they cannot be fudged. What happens, we, all hear that the PAN card is duplicated, or, any government paper is duplicated. You gave it for some work and somebody made a copy of it, right? Or your degree was, somebody used it as a fake, you're a topper and you have a good marks, somebody faked it. But once it is available as an NFT on a blockchain, nobody can do that, because your college would be the issuing authority and you would have that access to it, right? So whenever you have to go for admission, just give them the NFT address and they can verify it, right? And nobody can change the marks. Even you yourself cannot do that. No students can change their marks as well. So that's why it's kind of very important. Real estate. So there's a city in, I think, US, which have already started kind of giving the deeds as an NFT on blockchain as well. So again, example. So imagine, like for people buying houses, if there's all information about from how the house was built, from the date of building, who built it, is available to the value of it, available on a blockchain using a time-stamped NFT. So you will get to know everything about that structure. So that's a lot of information. Right now, what happens is, people try and find out through different sources, through government organizations, and if that is available on a blockchain, it can easily be accessed by anybody. It saves a lot of time. Yeah. So ensuring legitimacy, intellectual property, patent. I think I already gave an example. For then ensuring legitimacy and authenticity of the product. So you create I think I remember Praveen talking about it, so you have a physical product, right? And then you want to have an NFT out of it. What happens is, you see authenticity. I'm working with an organization, we're doing some work for them, which deals in authenticating these product. It's a Bangalore-based organization out of, obviously from India only. So what they do is their core idea is that somebody goes to a store. You want to go to a Nike or any store, and you want to check that if that store is that product, an item that you're seeing is a actual item which is made actually by the company and not a fraudulent item. So you just go ahead, scan, and there are different methodologies they are kind of deploying in that. What they're also doing is they're helping with the same item if you want to create as an NFT. So I buy that shoe in physical form, and I have that NFT of that. NFT could be a 3D model of that particular shoe available for me if I want to play it in a game. So that's where these kind of transitions can happen. Authenticity, legitimacy. NFTs for degrees and certificates are already shared. NFTs for gaming, metaverses. We'll talk a little bit about that a little later as well. Some examples here. So Taco Bell launched taco chips on Rarible. That's again a platform. NBA's Top Shot is based on Flow blockchain. So POS is proof of stake. Some NFTs gives perks in real life with access to a high-end events, groups, or how do I say it, or associate. Example, VCon. So Gary Vee has this. They have the 3-year conference. So if you have the Gary Vee NFTs, you can go to their physical event using those NFTs. Imagine you're doing a fest. Like you're doing a fest and you drop an NFTs. So what you want to do is, instead of faking the tickets, you only let inside the auditorium or your school ground only those people who have access to those NFTs. Just that example, right? All right, and some other examples. So Bulgari, Elmedis, or a medical. Elmedis is a medical NFT marketplace where patients can participate in transactions involving their health data. Hermes launched their Birkin bags as NFTs. Chevy ran a auction for NFTs. So the winner of that NFT would receive a 2023 Corvette Z06. I mean, surprising part was, see, everything is not successful. In the Corvette case, nobody bought that NFT. But then Coca-Cola also launched their NFTs on OpenSea and generated about close to about $600,000, about $575,000, and the proceeds benefited Special Olympics International Organization called Ford Multisensory Friendship. So then Lamborghini has their NFTs, and there are several other companies. All right. How do you guys feel right now? Too much information? Or is it good? Raise of hands if you find it good. Both hands if you find it very good. Fantastic. That's fantastic. Good to know. Thank you so much. So we still have, metaverse and a little bit of games to cover. I think we're going to overshoot Praveen some time. So is that okay? I know it just had 45 minutes. I tried to put in as much as possible. Hello. Is it okay if we overshoot the time by about 10-15 minutes? Hello?
Yeah, hi, Alec. This is Deepak this side. Yeah,
I can't hear anybody.
Yeah, hi, Alec. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
hi, this is Deepak this side. So, I would appreciate if we can finish by 4 or 5 because we have team formation and a long day coming ahead.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll just try and then quickly wrap up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, so let's go to the next one. So this is about metaverse. Simply put, metaverse is a virtual world growing towards varied immersive experiences. For example, like if you were to do a metaverse discussion here, I could be right in with you, or and you and I can also have a coffee at any place in the world, sitting in the comfort of our homes. We might not want to do that. You might want to travel to, say, somewhere in Rome, sit on a beach somewhere in Croatia, Zagreb, and then have nice coffee there. But you can still do that in metaverse. All right, it is. So again, Sandbox is one of the examples of metaverse. So Paris Hilton has mentioned earlier that she will sell NFTs and hold virtual parties in Sandbox metaverse platform. Another example is Decentraland. So a lot of events have started to take place in Decentraland. So this one, I took this image from a fashion event. If you want to know more about it, you can go ahead and check out their event page. So these are the companies who are building, different layers of metaverse. So you have cloud computing, cloud infrastructure, virtualization tools, virtual worlds. So there's Roblox, decentralized worlds, economic infrastructure, and there's quite a lot of stuff, which is happening in metaverse itself. I could, take a individual session on metaverse itself. Just to give you a little idea about numbers, 220 in 221, the market valuation of metaverse was $39 billion. In 2030, it is estimated to go to $678 billion. It's a research by a company called Grandview Research. So they have detailed it out, a fantastic research around it. So imagine the amount of growth possibility. So we've already crossed 2022, which is like just 10 days left. So in the next 8 years, there's say about tons of money to be made around the world, and that's the opportunity right now. Okay, so again, so people envisioning doing some of their work in metaverse in the next 2 years. So Gen Z is the people born in 1997 to 2012. I think that will be most of you. So you are part of Gen Zs. So 51% of Gen Zs. Millennials is 1981 to 1996. That's like most of us, and probably Praveen and the other, some of the panelists. So there's a lot, and this is a research done by Microsoft. It's called Microsoft Work Trend Index 2022. If you want, you can it's available on Google, and you can just search for it, and it's accessible for everybody. So imagine the amount of people, who have interest in it. All right. So some virtual worlds examples. Roblox, centralized worlds, allows users to create own environments, landscape, and earn. The creator of the virtual item gets 30%, seller or distributor of the item gets 40%, platform gets 30%. So that's exactly what it means by creator economy. So when you're creating, you're also getting to earn directly. So that's it. Then you have decentralized, Decentraland and Sandbox, which are based on Ethereum blockchain. They are also working towards interoperability, transparency, and creator economy. So interoperability means that you have an avatar in one say game or a virtual world or environment, and you want to take it to other one. All right. A few use cases of metaverse. Education is big. You want to do teaching. You won't believe. I'm in fact talking to a tech company to transfer some of their course material into a metaverse so that it gives a different experience. All right, and then there are certain examples. Healthcare. Metaverse can be used for virtual consultations and remote monitoring of patients. So this is a use case, we're discussing with a how do I say it? A kind of chains of hospitals in a healthcare domain. So what they want is, like when somebody's in a hospital in ICU, people want to know about, their relative or somebody, and they're concerned. So the person attending them gets all the information, and he gets all the calls, and he can get tired also constantly talking about it. All right. So what we try to do is we'll be discussing a use case right now. So to create a metaverse where any relative who wants to know about their person who's in the ICU or in the hospital, just log in, see the live feed, and also has all the information available which the person on the phone would have to give. So it takes it, it's more like an emotional connect. It easily accessible information. The one person or two people who are at the hospital, attending to the patient, don't have to be bogged down by receiving the calls all the time and do that. So there's a lot of use cases there. Retail, real estate, tourism is coming big. Events, I'm already part of tons of events. If any one of you want to be part of an event, I'll be happy. Connect with me on LinkedIn. I'll share some information so that you can actually go ahead and experience how it is to be part of event. Gaming, social meetups. All of us can meet socially. Art and culture. I'm working on a art marketplace in a metaverse. Music NFTs are real big. Film and television. I mean, these are just a few of the ones. There's so many use cases, which people are kind of envisioning and really coming up with. So films can show their screenings, their trailer launches, their movie launches in metaverse as well. All right. So okay. So this is our company's metaverse. So we talk about, so you people come, we have an avatar, just join in. So this is another example. You go sit, we do presentations here in a metaverse. So we just not talk, but this is how we actually work. This is the again a metaverse for the painting or art exhibition metaverse that I was working on. This is a memes part. So memes are very popular in Web3. So this is what we're doing. All right. So let's quickly wrap up the last one. Let's come. Finding it interesting till now? I have 2 minutes. I've been given 2 minutes to wrap it up. Okay. So how does blockchain work in gaming? It's very simple. A game, obviously, we all know about games. We have played tons of games, and we'll continue to do so. Super Mario, Snake, and then there are Roblox, and there's how do I say it? Warcraft, and there are tons of other games. So how do they work? So what happens is, so utility tokens are used as in-game currency. So what happens is utility tokens are hosted on different blockchains, and that's why they are used as in-game currency. So what happens is that the tokens can be bought with standard or so-called fiat currency. Fiat is our regular rupees, but they must be they cannot be bought through fiat currency, but must be purchased with cryptocurrency or earned in the game, or it can be shared. Like somebody wants to give it to you as a token of your, you just as a thankful note, or just want to share it with you. So that's where it can work in gaming. So games on blockchain kind of require connection with crypto wallet. I remember seeing a lot of people who already have crypto wallets, so it's fantastic. What happens is in the games with land NFTs, land often functions as a governance token, a different type of token, meaning these games return players to a time when only landowners could vote. I mean, you have to experience it to do it, right? And so then there are blockchains-based games, often referred as crypto games. So people talking about crypto games, they're often called as, blockchain-based games are often called as crypto games. So somebody saying it's a crypto game, you understand it's based on some sort of blockchain. Here are some examples of different crypto games. Axie Infinity based on Ethereum. So in the bracket is the name of the blockchain it is based on. Bomb Crypto is a game on BSC, that's Binance Smart Chain. Crypto Beast is again Ethereum. Crypto Pop Ethereum. DeFi Kingdoms Harmony, it's a blockchain. Guild of Guardians Ethereum. Mobox, BSC, Splinterlands, and these are just some of the 8, 10 games. There are tons and tons of games, and people continue to build on it, right? So you want to go download any one of them. Axie Infinity is one of the most famous ones. That's why I've kept it on top. You can just want to go experience it, see how it works. Okay, so what you can do as an individual, get involved if you really want to learn. How you can get involved? There are Twitter spaces, Twitter communities, Discord channels, LinkedIn becoming more, active now. And yeah, reach out to individuals, but be mindful of the time, reach out to me anytime. I'm available on LinkedIn. Be thankful, which is very important. And smile. What there is, there's nothing about but smiling. And yeah, thank you very much. If you want, I can take a quick question, or else, we can reach out to me later and then we can talk about it. Like whatever questions you have. Fantastic. Let me just close this. All right, cool. So can we have a quick snap of, view of the camera? I want to just say thank you to each one of you. Can you just do a quick rotation of the camera?
Yeah, can we?
Let's see. Wow, fantastic. Oh, nice. Hello. Nice, great, cool. Just do a quick at the back. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time. And yeah, just do a quick pan to the left also. Yeah, let me see. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope I was able to add some value to you. Thank you. And yeah, go on to the left side. Yes, I want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nice, nice, nice. Fantastic. I am glad, I was able to add value. Just one question. Did you find this session meaningful? A quick show of hands. Fantastic. That is lovely. Thank you very much for your time, everybody. Thank you so much, Praveen, and the college, management for this opportunity. Pleasure. Thank you.
So,
Thank you,
Bye.
Alek.
Take care.
Alek, thank you so much for giving your time, and this was a wonderful session, and your students loved it, and we want to thank you from IBC Media for having made it, for the presentation today. Thank you so much. I'll catch up with you
Thank
later.
you so much.
Yep. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely, Praveen. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good day. Have a good session. Bye-bye.
Okay, so how many of us have not submitted any idea yet? Show of hands. Show of hands. So Praveen sir is saying that he doesn't want to see any hands. He's kidding. You need to see. We need to see the hands so we can work on that. Guys, show of hands. How many of you don't have an idea yet, or haven't written an idea yet? Guys, you guys are like front benchers. I mean, last people who shouldn't have an idea are the first front benchers. On the back side, in the middle. Guys, raise your hands, please, if you have not filled the form with an idea. Okay, so what we'll do is, so we have a prodigy here in Mr. Dhruv Somaiya, who will help you out like he will reach out to you, he might speak to you on mic, it's a free hand for him to come up with ideas. But at the same time, I want to tell you that if there's a person next to you, sitting next to you, ask them how they came up with an idea, all right? So next 12 to 15 minutes, guys, listen what I'm saying. In next 15 minutes, I want everybody to come up with ideas. Everyone, however good, bad it is, we'll work on the same later on. But everybody has to come up with an idea. Not one, but 10. Aim for 20, settle for 15. I mean, if you're desperate, then 10. Right? So let's start working on the same, because then we will come to some exciting. So the next 2 hours are just engagements and conversations. So that's why the 15 minutes are very crucial, so we can get to that part of today's day. So it's about 4:10. By 4:25, everybody here should have an idea. Am I clear? Guys, I'm serious this time, yeah? Am I clear? If you don't have an idea, speak to the person next to you and fill that Google form. Who does not have access to the Google form? Raise your hand. People next to him, you guys have access to the form? Can you share with him? So anyone who does not have access to the form, please, the person next to them, kindly help them out. So you have 15 minutes. Dhruv, you want to take it ahead?
So two things we need to do. A, if you need help with your idea, please come forward. We can have a conversation, quick chit chat, probably come up with something. And before lunch break, I think we were talking about GitHub accounts. So again, show of hands who does not have a GitHub account yet. I'm sure, yeah. Okay. So I'm assuming everyone who raised their hands before lunch made it. So I'll take that as a yes. All right. So I'll be sitting right here. If you need help with your idea, we can have a chit chat. Sure. Thanks.
Good evening, guys. Wow. Yes, so many ideas are flowing in here. Okay, so I would like to request my team, my dear team. First, first place logo. Okay, guys, come here. So, yesterday you guys have been filling lot of forms, completing lot of tasks. So here we have the dashboard, we have the top 10 members, we have top people here. So we have the volunteers, they will announce the names, the GLEM task first. Are you ready? Okay, yeah. So again, one more thing, for the GLEM task, you can use the same link. Daily, the tasks will be updated. You can use the same link to fill in the, you can do the same process again and again. Okay? Yeah, first the GLEM task. Ignore that IBC.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, yesterday nearly 40 members participated in GLIM task. The task will be updated on daily basis. The tasks which are there yesterday will not be there today. Okay, so I'll be announcing the top 10 members who got more points. First person, Teja Satyasri. DV Lakshmi Priya. Nakka Swati. Kaushik. Shubhankar. Keshavareddy, Dwarampudi. Natali. Sri Sai. Mohit Lanka. A. Navyasri.
Excuse me, guys. So we have a list of top 10 members, but we have only 4 members here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we have one of our member here. Okay, so give a round of applause to these guys. And the okay, so Teja Satyasri, she has completed 39 actions and she has scored 296 points. And Lakshmi Priya 251 points, Nakaswati 143, and Kaushik 71. So yeah, please guys do more tasks, and then maybe tomorrow I can see I want to see new faces in here. Over to you.
Hello guys. Yesterday I have posted ideas form, Google form in the WhatsApp group. How many have seen it yesterday? All of them seen it and none of them posted their ideas. Okay, today I have reposted that also. I got 70 entries. I wanted to be more. Remember guys, every idea is valuable, okay? No idea is valueless.
Guys, that's not a warning. He's just encouraging you guys to come up with new ideas. Okay, don't take him wrong. That's not a warning. We're just encouraging you guys to come up with new ideas. That's it. Don't mind that. Okay? Okay, so there is no such thing called a bad idea or a small idea. Every idea needs a little work. Every idea is an idea. So please, when you look around, you'll find so many new things that you want to develop, or you want few things that you want to be better. So just watch, think, and put it together. That's it. Okay. Next. Referrals, gara? Discord. Invites. No. Ignore this IBC. These people have invited.
Yes, ma'am. How many of you invited your friends into Discord? Using your link, not IBC's link. How many of you invited your friends, not who are participating, into Discord channel? Using your link, not IBC's link. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Gopi Reddy. Yes, ma'am. Karthik. Karthik 315. Abhishek. Kishore Vasireddy. Sham.
Looks like my team members are champs. They have invited more people. Okay, so what he wants to say is invite your friends onto Discord. So it is a very fun learning place. Invite your friends to learn together with you. So go to your, I hope everyone has joined IBC Discord. Is there anyone who hasn't joined yet? Or anyone having trouble joining? Okay, so all of you can invite your friends. We also have if anyone have trouble inviting or don't know how to operate it, we have a small video of that. We'll share it. And I can see she is giggling a lot. I don't know what's happening there, but I would love to listen what's that. Okay, cool. So I wish it is about the Discord channel so that we can share it with everyone. Okay. So if anyone is having any trouble inviting people, we have a video. So we'll share it in the community group. You can share it with your friends. You can invite your friends using your Discord through your channel, so that we have a bot which says if this person has invited 2 people, it will show that this person has invited 2 people. So as of now, we have Gopi Reddy. I don't know, looks like an invisible person. So he has invited as of now like around 40 people. We can see that number. So it would be a great opportunity for you guys to share it with your friends to learn together. Okay, please do that. And if anyone having any trouble, please reach out to me. And also we have a short video. I'll share it in the group. Just refer that once before doing that. Okay? Okay, yeah.
Hi guys, so yesterday I shared a link with you. It's a student knowledge base. How many of you filled that? Actually told you again. I shared an example also. Okay, guys, those who haven't filled, please do fill that. It's really important that we do something at home because, like, if we do nothing, we cannot retain what that has been taught in previous sessions. So I kindly advise you to do some work, and this is on daily basis. So you have to upload anything, say Wikipedia, any links, any 3 links, you have to fill in that. So please do that. Okay, I'm counting on you. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lavanya. Yesterday, some of the people has tweeted their IBC photos in the social media. MNSS Himasa, S. Aryan, Parimalasri, K. Pavan Kumar, Jahnavi Sarepalli, Manasa, Kavya, Pranit Kumar, and some of the people has tweeted their photos on social media. So today we will need some more people to give their.
Okay. So how many of you love social media? I love Instagram. I love Reels. How many of you love Instagram? Okay. Twitter was a fun, right? So she just announced few names. Okay, a big round to them also. They have tweeted. They have posted some tweet. We have some tweets and some Instagram stories as well. So we would encourage other people also to interact more. So we'll be retweeting some of those tweets. And also, do not forget to tag IBC Media and use hashtag IBC Alt Hack while you're doing that. Okay? Anyone else? Done? You? Yeah. So as of now, we haven't received any entries from the internship profile end. So if anyone is interested, please do fill the internship profile page. It is also a very good activity to know your skill set in the first place. So please do go there and do fill the form. And also we have this option called excuse me. And also we have this option called profile video where you have to shoot a video of your profile, where instead of just typing out the questions, you have to speak about your skills. You have to showcase your skills, and then where you will be directly communicating to the employer that you are a skilled person. So which is actually a really good activity to understand yourself in the first place. So please do visit that, fill that page. Anything else to say? Please cooperate with my team, and please fill the forms.
Ideas coming back. Now, people who raise their hands, do you have an idea now? We were, okay. Did you, people who came up with ideas in the past 15 minutes, raise your hands. You did? Everyone who came up with ideas in the past 15 minutes in this, after the last session, raise your hands. Because you did. What about you guys? You guys raised your hands. So you came up with an idea. You're good. So you should have raised your hand. But okay, cool. So anyone without ideas now? I think the last time I think we'll be going through this. I hope so. Anyone without an idea, raise your hands, please. Okay, I see no hands, so I'm assuming we all here have an idea. We have 10 ideas. Sorry, not one idea. We have 10 ideas. Alright, you guys are not raising your hands. I'm going to assume, and this is going to be written in stone now. You all have an idea. Alright. Thank you.
Guys, 5 more minutes. If you haven't come up with the idea, you have 5 more minutes. After that, we'll start evaluating. Guys, how many of you all have teams? Raise your hand. Team of 3. Strictly team of 3. All right, guys, silence please, right? Important things here. Let's be silent. Okay. How many of you all don't have teams? Okay, so I think I'm guessing it's around, keep your hands up properly please so I can see. Okay, so I think it's around 20, 25. All right, so what I want to do is, I would like to request these people here. Okay, before we do that, how many of you all are sitting with your teams right now? One person in the team. Raise your hand. Okay, how many of you are not with the team? Your teams are like segregated in the class. Okay, is it possible for you to shift with your team? Let's move. Guys who are not sitting with their teams, sit with them right away. Move and sit with them right away. Within a minute. Okay, second last row here, I'm seeing 5 people there, right? So how many teams are that? That's a one team of 5, or how does that work exactly? 2 teams. Can you shift to the individual teams? Yeah, please, thank you. Guys, in the next 1 minute, I want you all to sit with your teams. Guys, listen. Guys, 1 second, silent please. I want you all to sit with your teams right away in the next 1 minute. Okay? Because we will be coming to you and taking the data. Then you won't be able to change the teams. So do it right away. Sit with your teams. Okay, now how many of you all are not with your teams right now? Raise your hand. No, I mean you have a team but you are not sitting with them. Raise your hand. Everyone is, where's your team? No. Okay, no, I mean to say you are in the class, your team members are in the class but you are not sitting with them. Okay, anyone whose team member is sitting somewhere else in the class right now? No? So everybody is with their teams? Over there I'm seeing 4 people on one seat. Is that the entire team? Third last row?
Yeah. Don't have a team yet? Yes. Okay. You don't have a team, right?
You? Yeah, you can ask people. Deepak, can you hear me? Deepak, you can also announce that people who are not having their team of 3 people, they should reach out to you and you could help them, such as, these guys. Yeah.
Okay, how many of you all don't have teams? Raise your hand. Come forward. Join us near Praveen sir. People who are not part of any team, please come forward. We will allot you teams, right? Come forward. Guys, those who don't have teams, raise your hand. Yeah, please come forward. come forward so we can, we can give you the teams. That's it, only 3. Guys, please save yourself some time. If you want to go home early, we need to get done with this quickly, right? Each team will have only 3 members. Raise your hand if your team has more than 3 members. Yeah, how many? One person has to come ahead. Teams have to be only of 3 members, like discussed earlier. Yeah, so more than 3, however members, how many members are there, you just need to come forward. Any team that has more than 3 members, additional 1 or 2 members, whoever are they, they'll have to come forward, guys. See, all this data will be recorded, so you can't get away with it. So please, I suggest let's make it simple for us. Join us in front. Teams with more than 3 members. How many of you have not submitted ideas? Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you have not submitted any idea until now. Guys, we have the data. I mean, you can't get away. How many of you all have a team of 2 members? Raise your hand. Raise your hand properly so I can see. 1 member in the team should raise the hand. So, 1 second. Okay. Yeah, which teams have only 2 members, 1 person in that team, raise your hand. Okay, that is 1 team. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it? 5 members have 2 teams? All right. Yeah, the 5 teams, please come forward. Teams of 2, come forward. All the teams of 2, please come forward quickly. Rest of you, what I would suggest is go and check the idea list section in Discord. Guys, can we have the laptop screen? Yeah. So all the people who already have teams can go to Discord and check out the idea list channel. What you will see here is this IBC team and idea form. Right? So over here, your team will have to decide upon one idea that you would want to, all of you, guys, listen, the people who have the teams with them right now, go to Discord, check out the idea list channel in the Alt Hack Vizag category. Come to idea list, you will find this form which is IBC team and idea form, right?
And people who are only 2 people, can you please come forward? You guys are only having 2 people in your team, right? Please come forward.
So all the people who have teams, what you will do is you'll open this form and fill it. You might have multiple ideas, some might have 5, some might have 10, some might have 20. So choose one idea, right? Choose one idea from your team and submit it here in this question, under this question. Then describe that idea. Like what you want to do, how you thought of it, how it's going to change certain things, or whatever more additions you want to do that. Which industry is idea from? We have already talked about the industries, right? Choose one. Then you have a question that says, do you have a team? So you have it, you'll say yes. What is your team name? And another thing, only one person in your team will fill this form. My friend pointed out rightly, only one person in your team will be filling this form. Otherwise it will be useless. People in the middle. Guys, have you understood what I'm saying? Everything. I have not even completed the form, you have understood everything. Please focus, no? Guys, let me finish, it will be easier for you, right? Guys, listen, no. You can come forward, there are a lot of seats in the end. Okay, anyone who does not have a team, raise your hand. Anyone who does not have a team, raise your hand. Don't yawn. Anyone who does not have a team? Anyone who has a team of 2? Anyone who has a team of 2? Anyone who has a team of more than 3? More than 3? No one, right? All right. So I'll go back. Anyone who's not on Discord yet, raise your hand so we can help you. Anyone who's not on Discord yet? Guys, all right, listen. Okay, I need pinned up silence now. I literally ask someone to come and sing then. Guys, except for the students who are settling in now, who have formed their teams just now, I don't want to see anyone speaking, discussing, or talking. Guys, please be quiet. So once you understand the process, it will be simple. Otherwise, you'll be confused and everything will be haywire for you. Okay? Sir, settle in quickly, please. All right. Anyone who's not on Discord yet, raise your hand, guys. Then only we can approach you and sort it out. So everybody is on Discord? Okay. So in Discord, you might have already seen the IBC Alt Hack Vizag category. In that, you have idea list channel. So what we'll do is we'll see this form, IBC team and idea form, right? We will open this. Now, do you have an idea? Most of you already do. So you will choose an idea. Your team might have multiple ideas, might be dozens, but you have to choose just one and enter here. Okay? Then you describe that idea and industry. Then there is a section called Do You Have a Team?
Yeah, Deepak, 1 second.
Yes, sir.
So now when you have got the teams of 3 members each, and I'm expecting that all of you would have got some idea, which you would have done when you were alone, correct? So now when 3 people have come together, now you will be consolidating all those ideas which have come from 3 members. And if you are, if you have done 10 ideas each, then you would have total of 30 ideas. If you have done 5 ideas, then total you will have 15 ideas, or whatever number comes up. Then, as a team, you have to go and brainstorm on these ideas, what your team has, and then come up with the one idea that will represent your team. And that's the idea that Deepak is talking about on that form. So the idea that you will enter in this form is going to be the best idea of all the ideas from all the three team members. Does it make sense? Yeah? So you have to find out, discuss among yourself that which idea will best represent your team. Now, why is it important? This is important because we will be looking at all the ideas, one idea from each team, and then we will be evaluating them, and we will be trying to find out with top some ideas, maybe 10 ideas, 15 ideas, 14 ideas, and those people will be presenting your ideas in a particular format which Deepak will be sharing in front of a jury panel on the stage on the last day. That is why it is very important for you to find out the best idea out of the ideas of all the 3 team members. Did you understand what I am saying? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, Deepak. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So you understood how you have to choose that one idea, right? Now, there's a question, do you have a team? Your answer will be either yes or no. So please enter. What is your team name? Now, here's where the fun begins. Decide a team. It can be Bahubali, but it shouldn't be. It should be something creative. So come up with a team name, decide and get done with it, like right away. Don't leave it for tomorrow. Team member 1, team member name 2, team member name 3. It's simple. Anyone has any doubt until now? No? Now listen to this carefully. Attach your presentation. Right? Now everybody, when we say presentation, everybody will have their own formats. Some might share a PDF, some might share a PPT. So to simplify it, I've already shared an IBC Media template right below here. And it's also on the Google form right here. Okay? Now you open this. It's a view only file. So what you do, you simply make a copy. All right? So, over here, guys, save yourselves some precious time and listen to me carefully. Over here, you enter the team name. These dates are incorrect. We'll edit it, and the location is also incorrect. Let me edit it. Anyway, no worries, I'll edit it in the backend. Then you enter the overview about like which slide has what and all that, index, kind of an index. Team composition, again, the information. Some might be from different colleges, some might be not, so enter it for us. Now role, so we have 3 roles, right Praveen sir? one for the front end, back end, and the program management, right? So over here, you have 3 roles. One member of your team can handle the front end, one member of your team can handle the back end, and one member of your team can handle the program overall. It's totally up to you. Then you have to choose a track. How many of you don't know what a track is? Raise your hand. Guys, the track is all what Priscilla has discussed, what Praveen sir have discussed, what Abhishek sir has discussed. The polka dot track, the Chingari track, the Robonomics track, the Fala track. Okay, let me give you a glimpse of it. This is the website, IBC Hack 3. So I've shared the link here. You scroll down. Guys, is it extremely important? You can please leave the room, get done with the conversation and come back. Okay, so you scroll down. This is where all the tracks are. It's a hackathon. We are all here for a hackathon. We are helping you participate in the hackathon. And then obviously once you do that, then you start building your own stuff, your own projects. That's the entire purpose of this Hackfest. So your first step towards becoming a Web3 developer is to start participating in the IBC Hackathon. How will you do that? You'll do that by participating in the track. Now each company over here represents a track. Each track is represented by a company, a firm, a sponsor of ours, a partner of ours. So track 1 is Polkadot Hack Impulse, right? They have certain themes upon which you will have to build, or you will have to propose the idea that you have. You can create the presentation as per a certain theme here. All right? There are interfaces, there's an NFT, there's DeFi, there's DAO, governance, Web3. All of you are aware of it by now. Similarly, track 2 is an IBC Open Innovation Challenge. There are different, all different companies are here. We have Ethereum, we have Polygon also, and most of the major companies over here. But you can ignore it or you can work on it. It could be a little challenging, but we suggest that you can focus on other tracks for now. So you focus on track 1, then you come to track 3, which is Chingari Technorhythm. Now they also have certain themes. You choose a theme, you prepare your presentation according to that. Whatever idea you have, that might come under certain track here. Like for example, if somebody wants to build a social media dApp, right? So their project would come, they might want to look at Subsocial Datathon, because Subsocial is a blockchain social media company, right? They're working towards that. So they have certain themes here. Similarly, somebody who is interested in Polkadot can check out their themes and create their presentations according to that. So there are these tracks, go look at them and see where exactly your idea fits. We have already discussed these tracks. Once you go and read about them, it will be clearer for you. Similarly, we have Fala, right? So this is how you choose the track. You say, chosen track. I'll show an example. I'll say track 7. Let's say track 6. You can enter the name of the track, which is, then you move to the next page, which is idea introduction. Introduce your idea. I mean, I know you might have it in your brain, but you also want us to know exactly what you're doing. Sometimes it's very hard to explain. You know, this short document could be a little challenging to fix the entire gamut of things that you have in your mind to put it up in this short space, but that is what you have to do. I think it was Einstein who said that if you cannot explain it simply enough, you have not understood it. Right?
So, Deepak,
yes, sir.
Is it a possibility that you explain them with an example from, a filled-in example from the past?
From the past, yeah, yes. I think that would be better. So, sir, I'll just go through this quickly and then give them the example. So here you take care of the idea. I think I have already shared that with you guys. Yeah. No, I don't think this is it. References, yeah, this is the link. Yep. How many of you have seen this when I had shared? Raise your hand. Yeah, no, don't just raise your hand like that. How many have like literally seen it? That's good. Okay, for your references, for the people who have not seen it, I'll put it here again. Right? So you scroll down, and this is your presentations, like the one submitted earlier in our previous hack, Alt Hack. So we have a team called Web3 Spiders. So you can just go and check their format. This might be of help. So some of them might not be exactly accurate. So don't copy it as it is. You know, if somebody has written something along in the track section, like somebody has written the track and then some description, don't do that. Track is just the track. So that's all we need over there. So don't copy paste the entire process that the person might have used over here. Use your own logic. Right? Then you come up with a problem statement. Problem statement would be, over here the themes are the problem statement? The themes would be the problem statement? All right. Okay. So the idea that you have come up with, so what exactly is the problem that you are addressing there? Right? That's where you describe about. Why blockchain? Now this is a very crucial question. A lot of you might have come up with ideas that can be done in Web 2 also. When I say Web 2, it's the conventional, the present that we are living in, right? The normal websites, the normal interfaces. So you might be able to achieve your idea, you might be able to implement and execute that in Web 2 also. Why are you using blockchain? What will blockchain do to your idea? How will it amplify it? That's the question that you should ask, and that's what you should put here. Now, you see you have a problem, then you have why are you using blockchain, and how are you using blockchain to come up with the solution. What is your solution to that problem? Are we clear until now? Any doubts? Okay. So you put your solution. You don't have to be 100% accurate, but you have to try your 100% to be accurate. Wherever you are not, we'll help you out. That's why we are here. We move to the next page. Competitive landscape.
who are your competitions? I mean, to come up with an idea, like Abhishek sir had once said, right? Any idea that he came up with, somebody already had done it when he Googled it. So check it out. Who are your competitions? Whatever you're trying to do, whatever idea you have proposed, who all are already doing it? What may be the flaw there? Right? So address that. Write about it here. Economics of your solution. I think Praveen sir would be the best person to explain that. Sir, can you please address it?
Hello. Yeah, so this is something which we talked about this morning also, not today, yesterday I believe, where Sneha talked about it. So if, say for example, you are proposing a solution and you have, say for example, the typical things that you can expect is that your project to earn some revenue by doing certain things. You may have some expenses to kind of build the project. So you try to think what exactly will those unit economics be, right? For example, if you compare it with, say, for example, Swiggy, let's talk about that. So they'll say that if your food you are delivering within 10 kilometers, so you are charging 15 rupees extra per order, right? That could be unit economics. What could be the scale there? Now scale could be that they could have anticipated that we would have, say, 10,000 orders in the first month, or maybe after some time this could be maybe 100,000 orders I can reach. So that we're talking about the scale here, and what are the different ways in which you can generate revenue in the project. Now you are not building a project for social charity here, right? I mean, you could do that as well. And if you have idea like that, their revenue generation may not be applicable. But if you are doing something which is basically a commercially, commercial product, right? It should definitely have a potential revenue generation opportunity, right? So think of the economics, because a business can survive, sustain only if it has a viable economic model, right? So we are forcing you to think here based on what you have understood and learned so far as to how does your product look like when you look at it from the economics and finance perspective. So that's what we are saying here. Make sense? Yeah?
Thank you, sir. So milestones and timeline. So this is basically, I think there is a better reference point over here. Let me give you an example in the same channel on how exactly you will be able to put up the milestones and timeline, but I'll try to give you a brief gist of what it is. So let's say you want to build the backend. How much time do you think, or the smallest of the interface, how much time do you think you will take? You'll mention here the duration. And about that milestone, what do you want to achieve? What part of the project you want to achieve? And then the key action points that you will be covering in that duration, right? Similarly, you add upon that and then give a fixed timeline. Like the duration does not represent, does not have to be in the next couple of days, obviously, right? But you have to keep in mind how much time you will take to learn to finish those milestones. So challenge yourself here. The problems with most of us would be that we may be aggressive over here, right? We'll say in next 45 days, I'll just finish the entire project. May not work. If you can pull it off, that would be brilliant. Our own firm would start investing in you. Isn't that right, sir? Praveen, sir, if somebody builds something in next 45 days, would we invest in them? Absolutely. That's how you have to challenge yourself. So challenge yourself, but at the same time, be futuristic. From execution point of view, that you will be able to execute that. So prepare your milestones according to that. After this Hackfest ends, I know most of you might not even look at this slide later on. You may fill it today, but may not look at it then. Don't do that. Try to challenge yourself and stick to it. Yeah, so this is another template where we have given a better example of how you can use the milestone template, right?
these are the elements that could be a part of it. Accordingly, you can say the start date and end date, right? Development, testing, deployment. It's all described. Solution impact. So you have, most of you can already see what is the impact of your project on income, on living standard, on sustainability, any other thing that you think that will apply to your project. So that's what you will have to. So this is something that you will use while presenting your idea, right? There might be questions from our jury who will ask you on that. And an overall summary. The feasibility, utility, and the complexity of your idea, of your project. Anyone has any doubts until now? Raise your hand. Guys, any doubt? Yeah, please. Praveen sir, what timeline are we suggesting? No, you mean the project?
So, yeah, sorry? No, PPT doesn't take more than 1 or 2 hours. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So right now, for next 3 days, first of all, concretize your idea. What exactly you are trying to solve, what are you building, okay? And then in that process, you may have a very tentative timeline also. I am good with that. You can always mature. I mean, it's not that next 2 days I will ask you to give me a timeline which is not going to change. That doesn't happen in reality. So do not worry too much about it. Your first objective should be to come up with a PPT by tomorrow evening without fail. By tomorrow evening. I'm telling you, Mr. Smarty. Okay? And you need to work. You may have to work tonight, tomorrow, go and spend your tonight on this. Discuss as a team. These are going to be, guys, so these are going to be giving you, hello. So this is not an outcome oriented thing. This is going to be giving you immense experience in doing this. Enjoy the journey. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy this process. Discuss, deliberate. And in the process of filling this PPT presentation that Deepak was showing you, you will learn a lot. We are forcing you to think. Don't just type anything. Then your learning will be shallow. If you need to understand, learn, if you have to, say for example, what I would do if I'm in your place. If I'm writing token economics page or economics page of the PPT, I'll go and look at it. What do other people do? I'll go and understand 2-3 white papers I will read. And then I will think, okay, these guys are doing like this. In my particular business case, I should think like this. So make this process not an outcome-oriented exercise. Make this a process. Okay, enjoy this process, learn during this process. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And it is not that by working tonight and tomorrow you will create another polka dot. Do you think it is possible? It's not possible. But you could create another polka dot if you work like this in some time. That's what you have to learn. Understood? Yeah, Deepak.
Thank you, sir. So, Praveen sir and Abhishek sir have both given certain examples to you all, and here's how it goes. That some two random people met at some conference or some event or some workshop or something, and they created companies worth billions of dollars or millions of dollars. I mean, this could be a moment. Some of you might be sitting with totally new faces. I mean, you may not be aware. Get to know each other. And some of you are already, get to know each other. Obviously, you can do wonders. It has happened, there's proof of history. And some of you are living with your friends. Now you have an opportunity to create that friendship into a business, right? And you get the opportunity to work with them lifetime. How many people in this world can say that they work with their friends and they created a business when they were in college, and they are still working at the time when they are 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 or 70, 80, whatever age? You have that opportunity. Either be it with your friends or be with the new faces. With new faces, you'll have a story after 10 years or even 5 years, because it's the blockchain world. 5 years is also way long. Maybe 2 years. Or maybe 1 year. So for all those people who have new faces in their teams, you have a story to tell after a couple of years. And to all the people who don't have new faces, they are already with your friends. Even you have a story to tell after a few years. To your families, to your friends, to your networks. So make sure that you don't consider this as a roadblock that that a new member has joined your team, or you as an individual have joined somebody else. That should be your strength, because everybody over here has a common goal. Praveen sir, would you like to add something?
No, I think you have covered. See, the point is that what I'm trying to say here, that make learning, make the learning process a part of your life. I have one of my uncles who is in 70s right now. He is a famous neurophysician doctor. Right now he would be in 69 or 70 age. Now also he gets up at 4 o'clock in the morning and he'll study for 4 hours. 4 hours every day. And you talk to him on any subject, be it neurology or be it, Vedas or be it anything else, he'll be, he knows everything. He knows blockchain as well. He knows blockchain also. So what I'm trying to tell you, inculcate that habit of learning every day something, every day, and make your calendar. I get obnoxious, when I make my own routine. Now, if I show you my routines, what I create, I don't think many people do that. Very methodical, and I think, and even if you are hitting 80% compliance to your routine, you are way better than most of the people who don't make routine. So what I am trying to tell you, what I want all of you, of course, I hope you guys, so now let me ask you a question. You are on your day 4, right? Finishing day 4? Finishing day 4, right? I want very strong responses. That's something why my problem is. Okay. So now, go back to day 1, morning. How many of you were there on day 1 morning? Right? Many people, right? Many people. Now, let me ask you this question. Sorry, Deepak, I'm little...
Please, sir, I'm also listening.
So, go back to day 1 morning, and what you came into this room with, what knowledge of blockchain, and where you are sitting now on day 4 ending, do you see there is some difference? Yes, sir. There difference? Yes, sir. Now, the only request I will have on top of this is that once you are done with these 8 days, don't stop this journey. You will not have Praveen Thakur to sit with you and, mentor you on a daily basis like this. But there will be one person who will always be there with you, and that will be yourself. So challenge yourself. Make higher targets every day. Believe me, this world worships those guys who believe in themselves and who are committed to do anything for achieving what they want. And those are the guys who create Apple, who create Microsoft, and who create Amazon. Rest all become consumers. Rest all become consumers. So don't fall in the track of becoming a consumer. Of course, you also should become a consumer, but consumer should not be your primary identification. Right? That's very important. You know, you have been exposed the depth of blockchain. I think I have not seen in last several years in such a short time frame, and the way you guys are talking, it's amazing you understood it. But let this journey not stop here. This journey must continue, must continue. Promise? Yes, yeah, Devak.
He just made my job a little difficult. I'll try to recover. So, I mean, guys, you have to write your story, right? You have to write your story, you have to write your poem, and your code is going to be your word. And this PPT is like, it's nothing. I mean, if Abhishek sir was here, and it's about 5:45, I think we would have been finishing this PPT in next 30 minutes. That's how he is. So you guys are lucky that Praveen sir is giving you time till tomorrow. And it's just a bunch of words, but the idea is of the supreme importance here. And your confidence in that idea. It doesn't matter that it's, you know, you might choose somebody else's idea in your team. It just has to be the best idea that you think has the most practicality and usability. So your idea is the heart of this entire process. And obviously, the presentation is a part of it. So, sir, by the end of the day tomorrow? Yeah. So by the end of the day tomorrow, we are expecting all the presentations. The forms have been given. Anybody who does not have access to the form, guys who are speaking, do you have access to the form? Can we be quiet? The guys who said no, please come forward. I mean, we are deprived of some entertainment. Can you come forward? I said, do you have access to the form? So they said yes. Then I asked if they can be quiet. They said no. Please come forward, it's okay. I think you all have a lot to talk about. You can address it to all of us. No? No? Nobody wants to come ahead? All right. So you have been shared the form, right? I'll show it to you again. This is the form. And there's the one last element, which is the team banner. There are two creative things over here. One is your team name, other is your team banner. This is the size. Guys, listen to me. Guys, I'm in more hurry than you guys, trust me. This is the team banner, this is the size. Anybody knows how it should look like? You've seen it, right? These are some examples that students have created. And they have also done it in the same timeline, the ones that we have given. I mean, some of them just gave it in a couple of hours. So you have enough time. And then obviously, if you have any doubt, you can obviously reach out to us on Discord. Second thing, some of you have not submitted your ideas. It wouldn't work, it wouldn't fly. When you are doing your presentations, the number of ideas that you have submitted will be taken into consideration. It doesn't matter how good or bad that is. What we are appreciating is you trying to come up with the idea. It's okay if your idea doesn't kick. It's fine. But we are appreciating the effort. So keep that in mind while you're entering the idea. We are not looking for some perfection. We don't know which idea will work, which may not. But we can definitely give you the practicality and work on the same with you when we discuss those ideas. Right?
So make sure all of you enter the ideas, whatever you can think of. That form also, most of you have. Anybody who does not have access to the form, the idea form, somebody who may have joined today and doesn't know, raise your hand please. Okay. Anyone who has not seen this form until now? Okay. Okay, it's on Discord. You can check. Do you know where the form is? No? Guys, to the next, are you guys aware where the form is? It's on Discord. In the Idealist channel. So we have few things here. One is the team and idea form, where you write about your team, you write about your idea, you write about your team members, you put your PPT, you put your banner. The banner is your team banner. Then we have a idea submission template. This is a template which you will use to create the PPT. You will enter all the information over here. Then this is the track. You have a chosen track. Which track have you chosen? So you go over here. If you're not sure which track you want to choose for your idea, you go click on it, scroll down. You'll see the list of themes, tracks and themes by our sponsors and partners. And obviously, the reference for PPTs, what students have already done, that link is here. So if tomorrow somebody comes and says, I did not create the PPT or couldn't come up with an idea, you have everything accessible to you right here. So it would be really, really lazy work, lackluster work, to not be able to do this. Like we are giving you 90% of the stuff right here. So just go do the basic, entering the information, right? And then obviously we'll discuss on all your ideas on how to filter and which could we work upon and whatever doubts you might have. Obviously we have this open. You can come and discuss in the ask your question or ask your question channel. You can come and drop your questions over here and we'll reply anytime in the day or night. All right, any doubts? Okay, so just give me a minute. I think I'll just check if there's anything else pending that you guys need to be updated with, and then we will close for the day. Thank you. And till then, please check the links, and if you don't have if you haven't put the idea, then please work on that, and I'll be back in a minute. देखना थोड़ा माहौल पता कर लो।
माहौल तो पूरा नेगेटिव ही जाएगा
नहीं नहीं अच्छा सुबह का
अच्छा पूछ सकते हो, पूछो कि क्विज लेना है कि
इसीलिए तो मैं
आज चाहिए, आज करना है कि क्विज मिल गया तुम लिंक क्या
वो QR कोड है।
यानी कि आज क्विज चाहिए कि फिर तुम्हारा
Guys, nobody is supposed to leave. Like, don't create a mockery. And why are so many seats empty? Sir? Sir? सुनो ना Guys, no one should leave, please. All right. Yeah. So, one more surprise for you tonight. So here's the deal. How many of you want to go home? Awesome. So here's what you'll do. You'll finish this quiz. Okay? It's just MCQs, right? And then while leaving, you'll show that you have submitted the quiz and we'll allow you to go. Without it, nobody is going. Today, it's a jail for next 10 minutes. So the sooner you do it, the sooner you'll leave. And a request to all the volunteers. All the volunteers, a sincere request. Any student who will leave now, just make sure that they have submitted the quiz. Now how you will check it, you'll see the submitted info on their screen. You should see that. So guys, make sure while you're leaving, you show that to our volunteers and they'll approve. If anybody's link is not working, let me know. Now you have teams to, collaborate and enter the answers. Don't do that. No collaboration here. No asking. Ethereum. No whispering. Only hand-eye coordination. Anybody who does not have access to the quiz link. Anybody who does not have access to the quiz link, raise your hand. Okay, that's good. So, Yeah, so whoever will leave will come to this front desk. They will show that they have completed the quiz. Secondly, they will get done with their attendance mark. And then you will leave from this jail.